We have our executive.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. All right, it is 6 p.m. We are moving into executive session. I'll entertain a motion.
Do you want to do the pledge first? Or do you wanna wait
Oh,
till
are
the
we
end?
doing the whole call to order, the whole, and then going in?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, that's what I was asking. All right, if everybody else stand with me for the pledge.
We're just switching it up.
Got it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, welcome everybody. Our official meeting starts at 6:30, so I assume that we will receive more guests between now and executive session. So if we are not in the room and the room fills up, please do let everybody know that we have an overflow in the other room. Now, if you guys will go ahead and follow me with reading the mission and then the vision. The mission of the Nampa School District is to ensure high levels of achievement for every student. The vision: every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing for a successful transition to the next stage of life. And then I will go ahead and accept a motion on the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Perfect. I will now entertain a motion.
(74-2061J) to consider labor contract matter authorized under section 74-2061A and B Idaho Code.
I second. Roll call vote.
Chair Taylor?
Aye.
Trustee Kirkman?
Aye.
Trustee Stinson?
Aye.
Trustee Bayet?
We will now move into executive session. from over there. We are fine with people standing, just a few rules of conduct. We need to be able to hear so that we can have conversations. So if somebody tonight is speaking, whether it be at the podium in public comment or up here, and you agree with us, raise your hand. But other than that, we're going to ask politely that you just keep those roars or those claps non-existent so that everybody can hear and we can actually converse up here. So that's rule number one.
Speaking of annoying, what is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Number two, I've got somebody's.
Calliope music going on.
Yep. So if you guys could silence your cell phones, that would be great as well. And we will go ahead and get started with our budget hearing. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, I'm going to ask Mr. Dewey to come forward and present a little on our budget, and we'll open up the hearing from there.
Wonderful.
I don't really have anything to present. This is full on a hearing. So if anybody has anything to say, next we'll start the hearing and then finalize the hearing.
Okay. So we have opened the hearing. Do we have anybody? Did you grab the center sheet? It is 6:30. If you are planning on speaking tonight and you have not signed up, please do so now. This is our clerk. She is grabbing those sheets.
Chair Taylor, for our budget hearing, they're not required to sign up. They can ask questions throughout and have their questions answered.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Mr. Dewey?
There is one person signed up.
Oh, I didn't even see this. I'm really not. Okay, I have a Dawn Hewer. Hey, you can come on up to the podium. Clerk Lamont, do the same 3 minutes apply or?
It's usually like ask a question and then they can
Say
sit
the
down.
answer, okay. So do we have Mr. Dewey come up as well because he'll ask
He'll
those
come
questions?
after they're done.
Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Hewer.
Yes.
Okay, we are ready for your questions.
Don Huber, live 9322 Bigfoot Road, Elba, Idaho, in the Nampa School District 131. I've served on 2 school boards, 12 years. I've been a professional arbitrator, mediator, fact finder for bargaining disputes, reconciliator. I did my practice teaching in Nampa High School a few years ago. I'm here on a budget. I tried to get more information. They said it wouldn't be available until tonight. Learned about my taxes. My wife and I are both retired. Our primary income is our Social Security. We've seen our appraised value skyrocket in the last 10 years, last 5 years actually, so that we can appeal the appraised value of our property. We can't appeal our taxes. That means that we have to rely on you to allocate and to expend those taxes that are collected in a wise manner. The purpose of the school system is to educate our future citizens. We see a budget, according to the information provided, with $24 million in unallocated funds. The rainy day fund balance, according to the website, is $38 million. We have 2 schools that have been essentially closed. And yet in May, we had a $210 million request for building more schools. We've had a 31% increase in population in Canyon County. We've had a consistent decrease in enrollment in Nampa School District of about 3% for the last 10 years. Our consultant in his evaluation of needs for the corporation indicated that there'll be a continuing 3% decrease in students in the Nampa School District from now and the foreseeable future. Yet the supplementary fund that was proposed didn't pass, thank goodness. It appears that there hasn't been proper allocation of resources or of needs for the corporation in that time period. Would ask for your consideration of the basic educational requirements of our students. If we only have 37% reading at the 8th grade level, excuse me, hard of hearing.
It's okay.
4 years
Gotcha.
behind
Hold her back.
an 8-inch howitzer didn't help in that capacity. But we have 43% proficient in 4th grade math, and the longer they're in the school, it appears that we're not maintaining that. At 8th grade, there's only 37%. In your own records, I would ask you to reconsider your budget or consider your budget very seriously relative to the needs of the taxpayers and the needs of the students. Get back to basic education rather than a lot of the frill programs and distractions that we have going on at the current time. Use the resources at hand rather than leaving them as unallocated, and address the educational needs rather than the frill needs in our community with the responsibility that you have as a board and making sure that those funds are allocated for the proper purposes. Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Do we have anybody else to speak on the budget? No? So I guess it doesn't apply to this particular portion of the meeting. So, Clerk Lamont, would it be appropriate to call Mr. Dewey back up? Okay. Mr. Dewey, if you want to come back up. So Mr. Dewey, I think that the two big questions that I heard were the 24 million unallocated specifically, and then the rainy day fund. Those were the two takeaway questions that maybe you could speak to.
So we've discussed this in a multiple board meetings in the past. I mean, I think there's needs to be an understanding of how government finance works. A lot of our fund balance that is shown in that area is our bond fund, which is very restricted to paying off our bonds, and or we have supplemental levy money that's available, and that's restricted to what we told people we do. The only actual unallocated we have on this is about 4.7 million of unallocated funds in the general fund. Anything else in the other funds area is all full on restricted. There's nothing we can do except for doing it for the reasons that they have. There's grants, there's federal, there's all sorts of different reasons, and we have no other reason to be able to use those except for the purposes that are outlaid in those funds. So the other thing I'd like to mention too is the discussion on the taxes. And the only thing that we hit local patrons on our taxes are supplemental levy, our tort, which is only $400,000, and our bonds, which is $8 million. And we anticipate our bond levy rate to be close to 1.5, versus when in the past, when I first got here, we were about $4.60 per thousand. So it's considerably less than what we've ever had in the past. And it's going to go down lower depending on what, I don't know what some of the valuations have actually come down recently, so I'm not exactly sure where Caney County is in relationship to some of those values. So,
Okay. Trustees, do you have any additional questions for Mr. Dewey?
Not specifically, but it seems like something this significant, like a budget hearing, would require, or you would seem, would have a lot more information for the public.
And we've had a few meetings. We had
I know
an
we've
informational
had a few
setting.
meetings, but this is the budget hearing now, tonight.
Yep.
For the public to participate even more, and whether or not they participate, that is up to them. I'm just saying from a district's perspective, it seems like there just should be more. And maybe I'm missing the point or missing the boat. But this is a huge thing, especially for taxpayers, and I mean no disrespect, so I apologize, but for staff to come up and say, well, here it is, and if there's no questions, then I'll just sit down. I guess that's what kind of rubs me the wrong way, and something this significant in the budget for this much money. So I know there's not really a question there, it was just a comment that I wanted to make, and if there was anything else that the public wanted to bring up, this is the time to do it. This is the budget hearing for this next year. So that's all I have.
So if I could, Chair, say something to that. This information on how the money is distributed and allocated and the restrictions that we have, it's something that we've known for a while. And I guess it's still, even though we've talked about it, I think several times in meetings, it's still kind of difficult, I think, for the public to understand because they see the big numbers. So I see what Trustee Kirkman is saying, but at the same time, I also see that it's our job as trustees to be able to share this information. So it's one of those things where we create meetings and nobody shows up, and we have meetings, and I love the gentleman that came and asked those questions. I mean, that means he wants to know things and he wants to be involved. And I wish there was more people like that, because it is still sad to me to see meetings not being attended like they should, and people not signing up to speak on behalf of the money that they're paying. And yes, things are going to look better because things are changing, but if for that gentleman alone, giving him the time of day and giving him more answers so that he could understand all those allocations, that would be awesome. That's all I have.
There was an invitation for the gentleman to actually meet with me personally, and I never got an email nor a response to follow up on that. So when he asked for the public records request, we provided him this document, which went out to the publication. And it was also an invitation to say he could come and look at anything we wanted, and there was no additional attempt to come and visit with me.
Thank you.
So Mr. Dees, we have that on record. You're open to visit with anybody about the budget.
Anybody ever wants to
anytime.
come in and talk with me about the budget, nothing's secret in this district, it's all public records.
And there's
it's
no
definitely-
question. There is no question that
I'm
you
not
are
worried about
always
that.
available. Yeah.
Yep.
I have no
Yep.
issues with that. whatsoever.
And then Mr. Dewey, I assume that if the trustees had any suggestions for next year's budget hearing, you would entertain those for what we would like to see presented differently.
Yeah, whatever you guys want to see. I mean, we're here for you guys. I mean, everybody's a little different. Every trustee's a little differently, and a lot of years. At this point in time, we've gone through it enough times. The hearing is literally an open close. Sometimes it's a discussions. I mean, everybody's a little different how they want to do it. But in any event, however anybody wants to see it, I'm not opposed to that. My only worry is, and this next year is a little worrisome a little bit to me, because there could be potentially a lot of different issues coming at us next year, depending on the legislature. A lot of things don't even get started until legislature gets done, which then leaves me a little time to get with you guys, get with our guys, get with people to finalize this. I was working to the last minute just to get this part done and ready for this. So it's just a matter of getting the information out, getting it done, because the one thing about it, it's all work in process until we actually get to this date.
All right, trustees, do we have any other questions?
Yeah, I guess maybe that's where I was kind of landing is the issues, the potential issues with the budget that we may be facing this
Yep.
next year. I guess that's what I really want the folks to understand, is that you know, we may end up taking some, whatever the budget turns out to be as it rolls along, may end up taking some drastic measures to make sure that we stay within. So I guess maybe a little bit more, and I know we've gone through hearings and stuff, and like Trustee Valier said, we've heard that over and over again. Here's just another opportunity in the budget hearing for this year to provide some more information as here's what we could possibly expect if ...
Definitely. I mean, if any of you guys want to have me back and do that another time, I can explain of what is going on in the budget, what we've approved and that kind of stuff. It's totally up to you. I'm willing to basically, I mean, I know these numbers in the back of my hand now, kind of gone back and forth with them many a times. So it's just a matter of whatever is your will, we will make happen, and I can make it happen whenever you want.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, are you talking about the ADA enrollment shift at the state level?
All of
and how
the
much
four
money that
things,
is,
the four
ESSER
major
dollars,
things
the supplement? Okay.
that we've discussed numerous times, and I hate to beat this, but I'm going to, because I think this is so important for the public to understand what these numbers are. We go through these hearings, meetings, work sessions, information, and we appreciate the detail that you get into. And we often comment, hey, some of this detail is probably going to go over people's heads. It does some of ours, except for Mandy or Trustee Simpson, because she's an athlete. Yeah, so she knows all the numbers. But this meeting, when you keep saying whatever you want me to do, it's not necessarily what the board at this point wants you to do. It's what we want the public to hear. This is how your money is being spent. Here's the details. It's not just a one-page summary. For me, anyways, it's like, okay, tell me where the $12 million or whatever is and what that's going to be used for. And I think those are the questions coming from most of the taxpayers when they're concerned about their.
Mr. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Mr. Huver?
yes.
Huver, how do you get your information, sir? Newspaper, online? Like, what is the best way that you get your information? If we were going to publish or give more detailed budget information, do you like to see paper? Like, I'm asking you where you like to get your information.
I like to get it either email or, in this case, I went to your website, I came to your office, I asked for a breakdown under budget items. I was told that it would be presented tonight.
And
It wasn't prepared before tonight, and wouldn't be prepared for doing until after the budget hearing. That's too late.
Why is that?
that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm
So
trying to
hold on
ask,
real
yeah.
quick. I can explain. I
Yeah,
can explain that.
yeah,
So-
give me one second. Let me just make sure he's off. Is that all you had to say, sir? Thank you. Okay.
He is correct. At the moment in time, the document, the one I had you sign today, wasn't actually officially done at the time. So the document you see on there is what we had to publish by law. That goes to the paper. That's the required publication, and for every, that's what we are required to publish. And then at this point in time, it's not on here anymore. I don't know where it's at.
You're talking about the summary? The
Yeah,
one-page
yeah,
summary?
the 4 and 4, whatever, that's the required publication we have to do by law, that we have to put in the publication. And then our required document that we actually send to the state wasn't actually completed at that time. So at that, now it is completed. I mean, it was done prior to this, but it wasn't available when it came in at that time. Yes.
And now that that's completed, will that be published on our
It
website?
has to be, yep, and I'll send it to the state, and then the document you sent will be
It
on our website by tomorrow.
The one that actually will be posted on the website will be the approved budget. So if you make any modifications, or if you don't approve it this evening, it won't be posted on any website until the board approves it.
So
Just
it's posted after board approval.
Right.
Yes, it's gotta be the approved budget, you're correct. So
So-
if you guys have decided to make changes and we have a new hearing, an actual adoption date, at that point in time, we would publish what you guys make changes to at that.
So what you signed, Chair Taylor, tonight, and what we're looking at now, is there any difference?
No, it's the same
It's the
thing. The
same.
only thing different is that the document she signed was the actual breakdown by fund, by function, by object, if that makes sense. It
Yeah,
goes down
I get
into a
it.
lot more detail, which is required by the state in terms of what we presented there and what's necessary in our transparency side.
So that document that was signed would that have provided a little bit more explanation to the public as to what the breakdown of the numbers were?
If
rather
you
than a summary?
if you understand
But we can't
the,
sit here and assume someone's going to.
yeah,
or
that's the
not,
key, is
but-
that document works only to the extent you actually understand the accounting structure of school business finance. I think to get to the level of what you actually were looking for, here's the issues, here's where our big problems are, here's where these things are, it would be more realistic to even have a one-on-one or have a meeting that explains it and goes into a little bit more detail. It's a pretty deep document with millions of dollars in it, but something that can easily be explained. But it will take time if you're not familiar with some of those things.
But again, we don't know who in the audience or who of the patrons would understand that. So I'm just saying, having that breakdown, that to me speaks more transparency than not having the breakdown out there.
Yeah,
So I guess that's where my question is why wasn't it out there?
So I think that they were just saying is that breakdown cannot be published
Oh, no, that's
prior.
not true.
Okay, so what are we saying can or cannot be published? That's what I want to get real clear about.
Clarification is
Please.
that the one-page document with the 4-year publication
The
is
summary.
the required legal posting for your budget hearing for people to come. Now, the document, I'm hoping you didn't sign until maybe the board approves it, so I'm hoping that's what
Which
I'm
is
hearing.
fine, yeah.
It's probably about 100-page or so document that goes into detail. It's a detailed reporting of all iFarm's active accounts of expenses and revenue. And so it is a large document that the board should review to know what they're approving.
Correct.
But it can be provided as soon as it's posted in the paper. It can be provided for anyone to look at.
So that document can be posted on our website prior to approval, is what I hear is being said.
As long as it's posted as draft, like in the board packet, or available to come in and view, anything like that. And we are legally obligated to have it available 10 days prior to the budget hearing.
Which it wasn't.
The publication is what's
Oh,
required. The
publication
other
is
document is
Yeah,
not
the other
required
document.
The other
so
document
this
is
one
what's
versus the other
required.
one.
to the state after the
Okay,
approval.
got it.
But they should have it at the same time because it's a document should be able to review as per on the legal notice. It says document will be reviewed for public. I can't read it right now, but it should be available for them to come and look at.
I just,
And be
So-
straight up, the document was available. It's just that one at that time I was finishing up the last little bits of it.
It's okay. So trustee Kirkman, what specifically are you asking? Would you preference that those documents, yeah, because
yeah,
we're just,
I'd
yeah,
love to have those documents available for people to look at,
For the
details.
for.
I would
for a
love to
long
have
period.
it for now.
And yeah, and I
It's the
would have to agree,
transparency thing that really bothers me, I
we
guess.
can't
in
be
this issue.
we can't determine or be the ones judging or thinking that people are not gonna understand, because I think people with the right, people can figure it out.
I just want
sometimes.
to be really cautious though with how we're talking about this, because everything that you've talked about, we've seen. And it has been in a public meeting and in a public place. So I get that we have a larger crowd this evening here for budget or maybe other issues on the agenda, but I'm trying to get real specific about what your ask is.
That document that you signed that breaks down into more detail, has that been made available for the public to see?
It has not yet. No.
Or to the board.
Let's just get it,
That's the one.
make it available.
Okay,
I can
Or
put it
to
on.
the board, yeah, I haven't seen it.
so what I hear is that.
You're the
what
only
we're-
one that saw it when
Correct.
you signed it.
So what I hear is that you guys are wanting to take a look at the document. So right here. Sorry, the phone is tonight. So right here, what are we wanting to do here? So are we wanting to move on from this? I hear you saying budget approval is not what you want to do. We want to remake the documents available, which we
Well,
can
this
do.
is this an action item we're on right now?
So that's what I was looking
We're
at.
on
No, right now we're on the hearing.
Yeah, we're on the hearing, so I'm
Haven't
trying to look
officially
at where
closed the
the action
hearing
item actually.
It's not down to lower. First
It's
one.
down in
So the requirement is that we have to have,
A and B.
we have the
except-
hearing,
There, got it.
and then you have, within 14 days, you have to have adoption. So there's years in the past where we've had the hearing and then we've had the adoption on like the 30th. And this one, to save time, so you guys didn't have to come back, we were trying to do the hearing and the adoption. at the same
Well, yep,
So it's really, it's
So let's-
nice that one, we can put this off, we'll just have to meet again, before those 14 days by law.
Yep.
So it's not a big deal to
So
me.
tonight starts the count, correct?
Yes, tonight would be the countdown, and so we would have to do it. The problem is we would officially, if we choose to go the full 14 days, we would be past the first, which would bring us in the budget year without a budget approved.
Sure, I think we were talking about scheduling a special
We
meeting
are,
anyway,
yeah, we are.
so until
Which
the
is fine.
action item, we can decide if you're going to take.
So, Mr. Dewey, can you make those documents
Yeah,
available
they can be
immediately,
available.
and can we get those online in draft form?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll bring you back up for that action item since we can't take any action right now. Trustees, do we have any other questions for Mr. Dewey? Well, he's right
What
here.
else would you like to see?
Yeah, he's coming back.
I mean,
so
I
do you
can
guys
put a
wanna say
summary,
something?
I can put, I mean, if anybody wants anything, it's not secret.
Everything you can.
Yeah, just,
Well, don't tell me that.
yeah, I would
I
say,
mean,
I
if you
would
want
think that
that,
the
it's a
broken down
400-page
document,
dissertation.
I think the broken down document is a really good place
Okay,
to
I'll put
start.
highlights and then go from there.
And then, I really like to, how long are you staying, sir? Probably not all night, which is how long I'll be in this chair. I would just really like to be clear on what your asks were. I wrote them down. I can only come up with 2 tangible asks. It seemed like there was some questions in your statement a little bit more, but that may be helpful so that I can make sure documents pertaining to what your asks were published as well. So maybe, did you email us?
Yeah.
You did, didn't you email us already?
Yes.
Yep,
Yes.
I have your email. We will reply to you. I will reply to you by end of day tomorrow.
Okay. I'll be out of town for a week, but I'll be back the following week.
Do you leave tomorrow?
Mhm.
Oh, you leave tomorrow. What time?
I'll have the documents. I'll have the
So,
documents
well,
on the-
yeah, so we'll get a
You can look
response
at it
back to you, but
whenever
my
you
big thing is those documents that he's
I'll have the
specifically
documents
questioning.
up by the end. by
Did
the
you
time
hit
I-
everything he was asking for to make sure that we publish those things
Everything
surrounding?
that he's requesting, the issue with some of the things of, put it in the right place and that's a opinion in my, that's not
Sure.
something of whose opinions are putting in the right place.
Yeah, we just need to know where
Those
it's
type
at.
of things are what I can't do in this type of document. This is a numbers document only.
Okay,
About where we've decided to put it as a group. And then can go from there. But the documents are ready. I've already got a PDF. I can put them on the website as soon as I sit down.
we're gonna bring you back up for the action item. Yes, sir.
And in the email to you several weeks ago, it lists those items that every board
That's what I
member should be very familiar with.
Yeah, that's what I thought when I read it. That's what I felt like we've gone over. Okay, thank you, sir, for your time, Mr. Dewey. I'm gonna let you sit back down.
All right.
We're gonna have to call you back up when action is taken.
I didn't think we were gonna take action tonight.
Regardless, we have to take some form of action
Gotta be
because it's
some
on.
kind of
Some
action.
type of action has to be
Because it's on
taken.
the agenda.
All right, sounds good to me.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, so we have had a request tonight and we are gonna go directly into public comment versus trustee comment, and we are gonna do trustee comment after public comment. So everybody else that I have signed up is speaking on policy 2050. That is the gender identity and sexual orientation policy. So I just want to remind everybody that tonight, if somebody says something that you agree with, just raise your hand. It's very effective. We can see you. Please silence your cell phones so that we can hear. So everybody take a second right now. Make sure those cell phones are silent so we can hear what's being said. We only get 3 minutes and people are here because they have something important to say. So how this works is we'll bring you to the podium. You'll state your name, address, or zone. You do not have to state your address, but we need to hear your zone. Name, zone, address. Address is fine as well if you choose to share it. Then you'll be given 3 minutes. At 30 seconds, I will raise my hand, meaning that you have 30 seconds left to speak. At that 30 seconds, the mic will be cut. Everybody gets 3 minutes. Okay? Raise your hand if everybody understood what I said. Yes!
I got a question though.
Yes.
Can I release my time to another guy who got here late?
No. Do we want to allow him to sign up?
Or there was a mistake on what time the meeting started, so.
I think, you can let them sign up since we did our budget hearing first. So if there's anyone else that would like to sign up, I can take a sheet.
Okay, so our clerk is gonna come around with this sheet.
I'm gonna put it out
She's
there.
gonna put it out there. Okay, so we are gonna start. I have Heather Lewis. And then right after Heather Lewis, I have Kara Hudson on deck. So Mrs. Lewis, perfect. If you will come and take the podium. They are gonna start your time. I'm waiting for my
After I
time.
get my name and address.
Yes.
Good evening. My name's Heather Lewis. I live at 13267 Brokey Road, Donley, Idaho. Former Nampa School Board trustee.
Got it.
I'm an Idaho native and a veteran combat medic and PA who served for 12 years in the National Guard among many LGBTQIA service members. I've traveled from Donley to speak to you as a former Nampa School District trustee and the parent of a gay child, a child similar to those whose voices, mentors, parents, educators, and friends you wish to silence. I sent an email to all board members regarding a comparison to early Nazi Germany under Adolf Hitler and Joseph Goebbels and their policies regarding the other, to include gay men and women and antisocials who didn't conform to gender norms. The concentration camp victims forced to wear pink triangles instead of the Star of David. Without understanding history, we are doomed to repeat it. Silencing voices was one of the first policies Nazi Germany put into place, dismantling newsletters, banning meeting places, blaming the other. It is simple to see where I will draw a comparison between fascist policies in early Nazi Germany and policies considered by this board. There's a fascist playbook seen time and again throughout history. Let me count some of those ways. Invoking a terrifying internal and external enemy, the internal enemies in this policy are the gays and anyone expressing gender identity or gender expression. Nazi Germany also made them their enemies. Develop a thug caste. You need citizens to fear thug violence, and so you need thugs who are free from prosecution, students who have acts toward them which are intimidating, hostile, and offensive, or who face humiliation, embarrassment, or discomfort as LGBTQIA. Do they have a recourse? This is the same language which is included in your sexual harassment policy. Are they included? Harass citizens groups, shut them down, dismantle their student groups. The other have no right to even discuss, address, or educate anyone about their identity. Control the press. It's not a don't say gay bill, don't say gay policy. It's a parents' rights policy that just so happens to exclude the other in incredibly meaningful ways. All of the above was just a start to Nazi Germany. The former are facts. Now here's some myths those who vote in favor of this policy are operating on. Number one, all of the above talking points. Number two, back in your day, you didn't go to school with LGBTQIA people. False, you did. They've always existed. Number three, LGBTQIA humans and their allies are indoctrinating our children. False. This talking point was brought forth and continues to be propagated by those who seek harm and division to this great nation. Number four, you know this is wrong, but politics and school boards, a nonpartisan role for service, has gravitated towards decisions based on ideology. At the start of tonight's meeting, you recited the Pledge of Allegiance with liberty and justice for all, not the ones you choose, not the ones I choose, all. If you vote in favor of this don't say gay policy, be sure to do it with a fervent aye, but don't forget to hold your right arm out straight as an arrow at a 45-degree angle.
Thank you. Okay, now I've got Kara Hudson on deck. I've got Kara Hudson and then Janelle Stoffer on deck.
Your Nampa School Board, it is my understanding that you are considering a policy that prohibits teachers from
Really
discussing.
quick, I'm so sorry. Name, zone.
Kara Hudson, Zone 2. Okay. That considers prohibiting teachers from discussing or addressing sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. It's odd to me because every human has a sexual orientation and gender identity and expresses their gender in their own way, every single one. So let's consider each separately. Sexual orientation simply means to whom we are attracted. Different people are attracted to different others for different reasons. It is a natural physical response. I can't force you to be attracted to somebody to whom you're not attracted. So myth number one is schools are indoctrinating our kids to be lesbian, gay, or bisexual. We cannot be taught to be gay. It's not possible. Also, parents have sexual orientation. So does that mean teachers can no longer say your mom and your dad or your dads and need to say your parents? So the sexual orientation of each parent is not defined in school? Or is this specifically to be used against those of us who are gay? Gender identity refers to a person who feels a gender a person feels they are, and it is a myth that people's chromosomes are either XXY or XY. I have sent to you a list of all the different chromosomal combinations. There are 6. So my question is this: who's going to be the chromosome checker? And there are kids who are intersex who are born with 2 different kinds of gonads. Who's going to be checking under the hood? There are kids whose brains are different from their gonads. Who's going to talk to the neurologist? It doesn't belong to the school, that conversation. Kids cannot be indoctrinated to be transgender. Gender expression describes how we prefer to dress and present ourselves to the world. Kids need the freedom to explore different ways of expressing themselves and find what they like best. This is just part of identity development. So what exactly is the intention of this policy? If for girls to wear traditional female clothes and boys to wear traditional male clothes, I think you're going to have a fight on your hands for all the kids who like t-shirts and jeans of different genders. It is so the myth number 3 is it is wrong to let a transgender child wear the clothing of the gender they feel. The only time clothing is harmful is when a child is being bullied for it at school by other peers or by their teachers or their school policy. So the cost of passing this policy is to create a hostile environment for specific students who haven't done anything wrong. So the educator's job is two parts. One, create a safe learning environment. So when a child feels rejected by their teachers, that frontal lobe quits working, literally quits working. Students cannot learn in a rejecting environment.
You're at 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
The other one is the teach. I was like, yes. This includes teaching kids to learn about things their family cultures may not know. In science, they may not know there are 6 different chromosomal combinations for gender, so they can learn to be kind to one another. In health, they may learn that bodies are unique and they need to take care of them. And in social studies, the impact of social rejection on people throughout history has led to the worst humanity has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Janelle Stoffer, and then we have JC Johnson on deck.
Hi, I'm Janelle Stoffer, and I live in Zone 4. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak again today. I'm a parent of a Nampa High student, a small business owner here in Nampa, and a therapist who sees kids and families here in Nampa. I stand before you today to express my deep concerns regarding the proposed policy to 2050. I respectfully urge each and every one of you to vote against this policy as it poses a threat to the well-being and inclusivity of our entire school community. First and foremost, it's crucial to recognize that our schools should be safe and nurturing environment for all students, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Every student deserves to feel accepted, supported, and respected for who they are. Implementing a policy that silences discussions about one specific sexual orientation sends a message of exclusion, discrimination, and denial of the lived experiences of these students. Education plays a vital role in shaping the minds and values of our students. By creating an atmosphere where open dialogue about sexual orientation is stifled, we are perpetuating ignorance and reinforcing harmful stereotypes. Young people need accurate information and a safe space to explore their identities. It is through these discussions that we can promote empathy, understanding, and acceptance among our students. I think it's important to note also that this policy undermines the mental health and well-being of our LGBTQ+ students. Research consistently shows that LGBT+ youth face higher rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation and compared to heterosexual counterparts. By erasing their identities and suppressing important conversations, we are exacerbating these struggles. Our school should be a place where all students can seek support and find solace, not a place that denies their existence. It is essential to recognize that this policy also hinders our educators' ability to create inclusive and affirming classrooms. Teachers should have the freedom to address LGBTQ issues in an age-appropriate and respectful manner. By silencing them, we are depriving students of valuable learning opportunities and denying them the chance to understand and embrace diversity. What a tragedy to miss that opportunity in this school. In conclusion, I implore each member of this board to consider the harmful implication of this policy. Let us prioritize the well-being and inclusivity of every student within our school community, embrace open conversations about sexual orientation and gender identity in order to embrace empathy, understanding, and respect for all of our students. Everyone can coexist well. Every student can live together well. Please vote no on this policy and
Okay, I've got JC Johnson, and following JC Johnson, I have Amy Henry. And just so everybody knows, the board has a viewing screen right here, so we can see you all just on this board here, which is helpful on the old eyes. So
I'm JC Johnson. I live in Zone 2. Trustees, tonight you have a great opportunity. An opportunity to show this community that you care about kids more than fear and politics. An opportunity to show that all facets of our humanity are valuable and worthy. I know that some of you think this policy will put a stop to the whole list of things that have been troubling a few members of our community and our school district, but it won't. They'll find something new to complain about in a few months. What this policy will do is hurt a population of students and their families who are already feeling vulnerable and unwelcome. School is a place where all kids should feel they belong and are welcome. School is the one place many students find comfort, friendly faces, and feel safe. I believe that gender and sexual orientation exist on a spectrum, as with every other human experience. Some people are really athletic, others like me aren't, but most are somewhere in between. Some are artistic, others less so. Some are musical or gifted in math, science, or reading and writing. Others find their gifts with their hands in carpentry or mechanical areas. Some are gifted in cooking or relating to other people and children. Some people are extra. Some are quiet and reserved. Some people like large groups of people, others are happiest with just one or two close friends. These differences are what make us interesting. The way we express ourselves and see ourselves is different as well. No two people experience the exact same world in the exact same way. As teachers and parents, we strive to accept all the different personalities and talents of our kids and students. We look for ways to lift them up and help them find their way using their unique talents, skills, and points of view. Ideally, all parents would tell their children that they will love and support them no matter what. But as we've heard before from the very parents who most want this policy to be passed, not all parents will or do. I fear for the kids who don't have parents who have parents they can't talk to about concerns or feelings they may have regarding their gender identity or sexual orientation. This policy would remove the one safe place they have. And for kids who are supported at home or may have LGBTQ plus family members, how will this policy make them feel? Will they be allowed to tell a story about their family vacation with their same-sex parents? Or will the teacher have to hush them and whisper, "Shh, that story's not appropriate for school"? Can you imagine the look on their face, being told they are not appropriate for school? That's what this policy does. It says you are not appropriate for school. This policy will hurt kids and it will hurt families. It will hurt this community and will alienate even more families. We are here tonight to show the children of Nampa that all kids belong, that they are not alone, that there are people in Nampa who care about them because they're people and they're valuable. A yes vote tonight will not make schools safer. It will not make LGBTQ plus people disappear. It will not even quiet the mobs, but it will hurt kids, and you will be responsible for that hurt.
And then on deck, we have Mindy Oldenkamp.
Amy Henry, Zone 3. I'm a mother of 3 and a former educator. I appreciate very much and support the importance of recognizing the rights of parents and legal guardians to discuss, address, and educate their child in every subject matter, especially not the non-academic subjects. And you guys listed those very well in this policy. Those are the ones I believe only the parents should be addressing, not the districts. So I want to make sure I clarify that. I believe parents should be discussing, addressing, and educating their child on every subject matter, but only parents should be teaching the non-academic subject matters that you have in policy 2015. In lines 98 through 103 in your policy, 98 through 103, pertaining to the confidentiality, I wanted to speak to that really quick. 98 through 103.
In House Bill 103, which will go into full force and effect, subsection 4 goes into full effect July 1 of 2003. Subsection 4, if I could just go over that real quick. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that, and I'm sorry, I'm now approaching 50. I need these to see. A public school shall not adopt procedures, policies, or student support forms that prohibit public school personnel from notifying a parent or legal guardian about a student's mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being, or a change in related services or monitoring, or that encourage or have the effect of encouraging a student to withhold from a parent or legal guardian such information. This subsection does not prohibit a public school from adopting procedures that permit public school personnel to withhold information from a parent or legal guardian if ordered by a court or competent jurisdiction. Anyway, I just want to make clear that I do support parental rights, transparency, which you spoke to, Trustee Kirkman, is very important to me. Due process is also very important. Of course, if a child is being abused or harmed, and I taught for years, there is a process for the school to report that. Please let me make clear, I am not against schools. I'm not against providing these supports and services. However, I am very much about transparency. Every parent has a right to know what services are being provided to their child. I do support parents' rights. I support all children. I want to make that very clear. I support our schools. I support strong academics, and I support this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have,
Excuse me, Chair Taylor. There's 3 empty chairs up here. If anybody's standing out in the hall wants to.
oh,
I've noticed they've been empty for a while, so nobody called seat safe.
No. No, there's 2.
2 more chairs.
All right, now I feel better.
Thank you, Jack.
Good, we're glad. Okay, so after Mindy, I have Devin Van Easten. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Mindy Oldenkamp, and I vote in District 4. I have lived in Nampa since I was 5. I know many of you in this room. My parents were proud to be teachers in this very district. They were proud to be safe and trusted adults in this community of ours. I have stayed in Nampa to raise my family alongside yours. Passing the gender identity and sexual orientation policy effectively erases my LGBTQ family from the schools. By not allowing the discussion of gender and orientation topics within schools, you are no longer creating a safe environment for all kids. This quickly becomes a life and death issue for some. In 2022, the Trevor Project conducted a survey noting that 52% of LGBTQ youth aged 13 to 24 consider suicide, with 19% of those attempting. Since 2017, Nampa has had the 3rd highest youth suicide rate in Idaho. The Trevor Project also identifies that access to a safe adult, such as a teacher, reduces suicide rates for LGBTQ kids by 40%. Silencing our schools by passing such a broad policy where even discussion of LGBTQ topics is not allowed silences many of our LGBTQ youth permanently. Please, please keep Nampa safe for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Devin Van Easten, and after Devin Van Easten, we have Jessica Muir. Hopefully I didn't totally murder that.
Hi, my name is Devin Van Essen, and I am in Zone 1. So I spoke 2 months ago. It was a very different meeting over at Skyview, and it was a very hard meeting for me as a queer person to sit through. You might be able to imagine why. I had a very prepared statement then. I don't have a super prepared statement now. I just have a lot of thoughts, and I've been thinking about sort of the absurdity of outlawing the concept of gender as a topic of discussion, given that, as it was mentioned before, we all have gender identity and we all have a sexual orientation, but we know that the intention is not neutral. The intention is actually discriminatory because there is a particular group of people that is being targeted by this policy, and that particular group are citizens. They pay taxes. They have our kids in schools. They have rights, and they have the right to have their families and their identity and their orientation be just normal discussion, normal conversation, just like you would say, oh, my husband said this earlier today. My wife said this earlier today. LGBTQ people have the right to talk about their families with exactly the same amount of casual non-interest as everyone else. And the kids in those families should also have the right to say, my mom's said this today. My dad's told me that I can't go to your party this afternoon. They should be able to just have a free, open, casual sense of talking about their lives and their families, because their identities are exactly as much of a non-issue as your identities are. They're not dangerous. They are not, sneaky or trying to get in anywhere. They're just being themselves, just being part of the community, which they have every right to be. I want you to imagine what it would be like to read a policy like this about a group that you're part of, maybe your denomination, maybe your religion. If a school district said the district shall not address, discuss, or teach about the Catholic religion. The district shall not address, teach, or discuss about LDS religion. Would you feel maybe a little bit targeted, even though you know that the law already says that no one's going to be indoctrinating your students about your religion, but would you maybe feel a little bit targeted if that was specifically identified? And especially if your kids were being bullied for being part of that group already?
Thank you. Okay, so I had Jessica Muir. Jessica, after you, I've got Sarah Butler.
My name is Jessica Muir. I vote in Zone 1. I'm a Nampa High School parent of 2 seniors, one of which took the psychology class that was in question. I ask that you vote no on the policy. I want to start with that. It is crucial to recognize that all children, regardless of their gender identity or sexual orientation, deserve to be seen, heard, and feel safe within our educational system. Our collective responsibility is to ensure that schools remain a nurturing environment for every student, regardless of their background. It is important to approach the implementation of policies with caution, considering the potential unintended consequences they may have for our children. Additionally, it is important to understand the full scope of how these policies could affect things like books, English classes, science classes, and even clubs such as GSA, which is a safe place for students to find support and community. I urge the school board to consider alternative approaches that prioritize the well-being and safety of all students. Open dialogue and education can go a long way in fostering an inclusive environment without inadvertently placing additional burdens on our children. By actively engaging students, parents, and educators in constructive conversations, we can work together to ensure that no child feels left behind or marginalized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have Sarah Butler, and then after that I have Kim Ross.
Hi, my name is Sarah Butler. My address is 119 19th Avenue North. I believe I live in Zone 5. You are trying to erase my child with the district's new gender identity and sexual orientation policy. My child, Raz, is non-binary, meaning they identify as neither male nor female. This year, Raz will be a senior at Skyview. They are very creative and compassionate. They plan to be a pharmacist. As part of their senior year, they will take AP Art. The proposed policy will hinder their ability to do classwork. They will no longer be able to create and display art with LGBTQ+ themes. They will also not be able to submit written work with LGBTQ+ themes or characters. Because of who Raz is, LGBTQ+ themes are very important to them. I fear Raz will fail school if this policy is implemented. Students, especially middle and high school students, are talking about sex, as they have since time began. Some students question their sexual identity, who they love, and how they wish to present themselves to the world. I think it's cruel that this policy would stymie that exploration and take away the ability to speak confidentially to a trusted adult, a teacher. The policy requires teachers to refer The policy requires teachers to refer LGBTQ+ students to a counselor, who then must share what they know with parents. If this is the first time hearing that their child is LGBTQ+, parents may be shocked and surprised and may act irrationally. I know my child was outed to me by their guidance counselor. It was shocking, and it was not something Raz or I were ready to deal with. I feel it would have been better for the whole family had Raz chosen the time and place to share their gender identity. Don't compel counselors to speak to parents. It will harm families and erode the trust students place in teachers and counselors. The policy says the district cannot compel speech, but your policy compels silence. Speech is so important that it is protected in our Bill of Rights. In the First Amendment, the very first amendment, it says that laws should not be made abridging the freedom of speech. Well, your policy abridges my child's freedom of speech. And through this compelled silence, you will erase my child, their creativity, and their unique worldview. Please do not approve this policy. Please do not erase my child. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Kim Rost, and after Kim Rost, we have Matt Klein.
Hi, Kim Ross, Zone 4. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't prepared to speak today. When I read this policy, I read this policy a while ago, probably when it came up for first read, when it was first proposed by the district administration, and I thought it was great. I was happy to see that it felt very neutral to me. It felt very much saying, yes, we understand that these things are out here. This is in our community, these are in our schools. These gender identities are happening exactly in the manner that everyone here has described tonight. They're very real. We're almost saying, yes, we understand that's happening. However, as a district, we're not taking a position in this. We're remaining neutral. We're not going to side one way or another. I appreciated that. As a district, we're saying we're not the experts here. We aren't folks that, how many teachers do we have in this district? To try and get them up to speed on how to handle with these very sensitive and very individual situations. That's a hard ask to get each teacher to be able to speak eloquently and properly in this scenario. And this policy says we're not going to do that. We're going to allow that individual scenario to play out on their own, in their own time, as the parent before me just expressed. Everyone needs that in a different way. So I appreciated the neutrality, and that's how I read this, which was very different. I do very much know a lot of people on both ends of the spectrum of this policy, and that's why I appreciated the district's word choice in here. I appreciated the protection that it was providing on all sides, and that's how I saw it. And I appreciate all the additional policies that have accompanied tonight. You've got in there, everything, no harassment, everything that I've heard tonight, I'm reading in our policies. I'm reading, we will not bully, we will not discriminate. And hopefully in classes in English and in whatever they're writing in their English class, they're going to continue to do so. In their art, they're going to continue to express themselves because that's what we're educating, that's what we're teaching in our classes. We're teaching art, however that means individually to our students. I hope they continue to be able to do that. Potentially, there's some sensitivities in this policy to the definitions that we've listed on the first page. And potentially that's not necessary.
Okay, I've got Matt Klein, and after that, I believe I have Garrett Nelson. Yes.
Hi, my name is Matt Klein. I live in Zone 2. I'm a parent of two elementary school kids in Nampa schools. I'm a former teacher. I'm here to speak against the proposed gender identity orientation policies. Policies do nothing to keep kids safe, and in fact, do the opposite. When we say our public school should be a safe place for 100% of our kids, we mean that each student should be valued and affirmed for who they are. Each student deserves to feel safe at school, regardless of religion, ethnicity, or gender. Student safety isn't a partisan issue. It's not hard to see the progression here. First, students aren't allowed to read books by or about LGBTQ people. Next, we're not allowed to passively show their support by placing flags on the wall. Now we're not even allowed to talk about it. Not only do these policies put students in danger, they are an attack on the credibility and professionalism of teachers in this district. Our teachers work tirelessly to provide a quality, safe learning environment for our students. Yet time and time again, this board attacks the professionalism to justify book bans and flag bans, and you continually cast teachers and librarians as villains, changing their motives as indoctrination or incompetence. And it's a shame. You take tools out of their hands. Instead of working with teachers, you work against them. Again, these policies do not keep kids safe. They push our LGBTQ students and staff further into the margins. They instill fear in kids just trying to figure out who they are and live their lives. They tell kids, you don't have to engage ideas they may disagree with. They don't need to learn to exist in a diverse community. People they disagree with don't deserve dignity. You have a right to believe what you like. As a parent or board member, please talk to your kids about your beliefs, but you don't have a right to make a child afraid. That just makes you a bully. These policies are a justification for hatred and ignorance. They serve as a vehicle to promote homophobia in our community. Our LGBTQ kids deserve the same dignity afforded to every other student. They deserve better than this policy. Homophobia is not a Nampa community value. It has no place in our schools. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Kim Rost again. Mistake? Okay, sorry. Sebastian Griffin and then Mike Fuller. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss Garrett?
Yeah.
Garrett, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I saw a second name, so I think it
I
lost
was
me. I
hoping
apologize.
you to kind of skip me because I wasn't prepared to speak today, but it's
Well,
okay.
it's happening.
Yeah.
After Garrett Nelson,
Yeah.
we've got Sebastian Griffin.
Yeah, I appreciate it. My name is Garrett Nelson, and I live at 819 South Florence. Yeah, I was coming here just to observe. I was at the last meeting, and I just want to implore the board to just remember the number differential that they had there. I don't know what happened this day, but it seems as though the everybody that would be for this bill has not seemed to show up, but they are here in Nampa. For whatever reason, they spoke last time, and they outnumbered everybody here by greatly. And they're still here in Nampa, and they're still voting, and they're still active and wanting this bill to pass. There's just sheer numbers there, and there isn't here, and the word didn't get out. I don't know what happened exactly. I barely found out about this today at 6:30. but I just implore you guys to remember the sheer numbers that last time that were for this agenda. Again, I told you last time, I am from California, and I've seen where this goes, and I've seen my 5-year-old child try to get handed and material that was not knowing who his gender was behind her back in elementary school, and that's where this goes. Everybody knows it. It's what's the end game? Where does this go? And that's where it goes. It's down, and we're not supposed to sexualize our children. That's supposed to stay at home. It's not about they're excluding them. It's not about excluding them. It's about, my wife's a teacher, and she doesn't want to call somebody their gender because of our beliefs. We believe God created genders, male and female. And who are you to go against my wife? You're saying she has to go against her beliefs and call them the gender they want to get called? Who's being silenced at that point? I've seen this, like, where this goes, and I just want to implore you guys to take up this bill. I thank you guys for taking all of Nampa that was here last time into consideration, and all their voices when they spoke last time. We know that this goes to kids that are transitioning. They're at a higher rate of wanting to kill themselves. And they want to detransition as well. There's all kinds of facets to this, and I appreciate you guys. This bill seems very middle of the line, like somebody else said. It seems like it kind of it incorporates everybody's voice, and it doesn't exclude people like my wife, who's a teacher, and she can voice her views, and I want to voice her views. And you guys are trying to say that I can't voice my view because I don't believe with what they're doing. So you guys are silencing me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we now have Sebastian Griffin, and then we have Mike Fuller. And then on deck, I've got a name that I'll try to read after this next one.
Okay, Sebastian Griffin, 1659 Smith Avenue. I'd first off like to thank the trustees for all your work and your commitment to this position in the community, because it is absolutely a thankless job, as former trustees might know. And I just wanted to give you my appreciation for what you do and the decisions you're having to make. I'm testifying today in regards to policy 250. I attended West Middle School. I graduated from Nampa High. While attending Nampa High, I was dual enrolled at CWI, which ultimately led to my associate's degree from CWI. I later graduated from BSU and will be attending the U of I College of Law in the fall. And I say these things because this was my foundation here in the Nampa School District. I was grateful for my education here in Nampa. I appreciated the fact that during my years of attendance, I didn't have to worry about the material that would be discussed in our state required courses or how it would impact my overall educational experience. My concern is that students might not be receiving the same opportunity, and it could be possibly negatively affecting the overall mission of the Idaho State Board of Education. The mission of the board is the drive improvement of the K through 20 education system for citizens of Idaho, focusing on quality, results, and accountability. Having broad and possibly subjective discussions of a person's sexual orientation or gender identity would not have improved my ability for both secondary and post-secondary state institution graduation. I would even argue that it might have decreased my ability to excel because it would have been time taken and dedicated to information and topics that weren't relevant to my college or graduate level entry examinations based off of knowledge what you need to get into those institutions. And it could have taken away from time and opportunity to study material of substance for those testing and procedures. I would like to mention, and I think it's important, that I believe that members of the LGBTQ plus community are contributing members of society. They're important members of society. I, however, do not believe this policy suppresses their abilities to learn or succeed. That's what this policy's putting a standard out, is what can or cannot be discussed. It's not saying they can or cannot learn, they can or cannot grow, they can or cannot have friends. The discussion of gender identity, sexual orientation, or gender expression should be had outside of an instruction setting. It is something that can be discussed openly amongst parents, family, friends, or even peers. This policy doesn't stop that, but it should not be through means of public education by way of teacher instruction, class discussion, or required learning materials. I urge your support.
All right, we have Mike Fuller, and then I'm gonna go, do we have a Pam? Pam? Peterson. Pam Peterson, possibly?
I'm here, but I'm not speaking.
But did somebody maybe sign you up?
Well, I think I did just a couple of minutes ago.
So you're a no speak.
She thought it was a sign up, I'm here.
Okay, but you're here. You're here. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Fuller, thank you. I just needed to get that clarified. You're up.
Thank you. Mike Fuller, I think zone 4.
I don't know, you're asking me?
Yeah. Is that our
Five.
And former board trustee. I really appreciate and all that you board members do, and the sentiment that was mentioned earlier by Trustee Kirkman and Vi about wondering why people weren't here to listen to the budget. You want to listen to people. I appreciate that. My response is that I watched all of the previous board meetings about this. I listened to the concerns you shared, the responses Mr. Dewey gave, the possible solutions that were given by Superintendent Russell. And when it comes to that money issue, I trust you on those things. And so those that are speaking against this policy, like myself, are letting you know we don't trust you on this policy. And if you simply pass this policy, it says to me that, yeah, we want to hear you, but we don't want to listen to you. And so this policy isn't about the privileged. It's about listening to those that don't have the safe space that you probably had and that some people that are for it have. I spend my time now as a mental health professional. All of my clients are LGBTQ+, and I'd like to represent them and let them know that this policy does not provide a safe space. It is discriminatory in that respect, intentional or not. Intentional or not, it does do that. And the voices that you hear tonight are simply asking you, and I sent you an email and you have access to it, is that you ask Superintendent Russell and the administration to come back with some policy that does address the concerns that they have heard. That's what I ask of you. It's like, no, we don't pass this. Look at the hands behind me. Ask the superintendent to give you some policies that does address the concerns that are here. This is currently a one-sided policy. It's very unbalanced. Intentional or not, it is discriminatory. Intentional or not, it says that your experience, because it's not the norm, is not valid, and we shouldn't listen to you. And intentional or not, if you pass this policy, you're saying that adults can't. The way I read this policy, and I've written policy. Adults, if I am an adult in this district and a kid says to me that a boy says they are going on a date with the girl, I can't address that issue with them, because that is sexual. That's how I read it. That is sexual, or not orientation, but affiliation.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Okay, Clerk Lamont, I need a second sign sheet. Do you need a hard?
No. I'll just keep coughing.
All right, we are moving down. I have Nicole Trickle, and then after that I have Brian Williams on deck.
My name is Nicole Trakel, and I live at 2019 Fairview in Caldwell. I'm here today to speak in support of this policy. I think, like mentioned before, it's a very neutral policy. I've heard people here talk about being silenced, and nothing in this policy silences people from talking, writing the papers that they want to write, doing the art they want to do, and other examples mentioned. It just means it's not going to be discussed in class, just like other things that we don't discuss in class. I may be different. I have type 1 diabetes, but my diabetes has never once been discussed in the class I'm in. And that didn't silence me from talking about it, writing papers about it. I did an art project about it. But so I feel like we're trying to use the silencing, but nothing in this policy silences anybody. It just makes it so it's not the topic of discussion. And like mentioned before, we need to focus on the academics, what gets you forward in life, what leads to job preparation. Idaho right now has a very low college readiness pass that kids can pass college readiness tests if they choose to go to college. Only about a quarter between Nampa and Caldwell can pass an exam to go to college. But we want to take time away from that to discuss these other things that can be easily discussed at home or with their friends, like mentioned, or with friends' parents. But I just believe that is not the place to do it in the school. And I feel like more attention is being drawn to those kids. For example, if someone comes to school with blue hair, is my just off the topic though, but just kind of to set an analogy. If someone comes to blue hair and they get the attention, we're gonna give you all this extra attention. You're so brave for coming to school with blue hair, and other kids see that, oh, this kid's getting all this attention for having blue hair, then I'm gonna have blue hair. And now we're saying, not only do you have to get the dye at home, but we're gonna buy the dye for you at school, and we'll dye your hair at school blue, but wear a cap when you go home because we don't want your parents to know that you've dyed your hair blue at school and you're having blue hair at school all the time, and things like that. And I just feel like kids are getting rewarded, kids are getting promoted and said that they're brave for standing up, when kids like my daughter, she is getting bullied for not being a part of the Pride Club. She's getting called comments for being Caucasian and bullied. And so kids get bullied about different things, and they should be taught to stand up for themselves. But it doesn't mean, like I said, every discussion in class needs to revolve around it. And I think we need to focus on what the curriculum is, how we can, like I said, advance kids to college preparation, for job preparation, and for life preparation. And yes, we should be being kind to each other. This doesn't promote discriminating any kids. Like also mentioned, they're coming to school. Nobody's saying a kid dealing with transgender situation is not allowed to go to school. They're not allowed to learn. None of that is being taken away. This is just saying that our focus is going to be on general education and not on discussing these topics every day.
Thank you. I now have Brian Williams, and then I have Shalina Dean on deck.
Howdy. I too just found out about this a little bit ago, so bear with me on it, but I've been to the meetings before. But Brian Williams, and I believe I'm in 5, like 55 South Happy Valley. There's a lot of things that go through my head as I kind of hear people's arguments. I think the important things are being highlighted, and I've talked about them before, so I'll reiterate some of them again. But the idea, I work in healthcare, I do anesthesia for a living. You work on the human body. The irony of these things is that these policies I come here in support of are simply trying to find some relatively neutral ground. People talked about it being unfair. They didn't talk about LDS or Catholics or Protestants. Guess what? They don't. They don't get to talk about what we believe. I've been in the school districts, and I came from the school districts of California. Watch where this stuff all goes. And I've seen that. I've seen the silencing. I've seen the advocating of various proclivities. I've seen the justification of homosexual behavior by identifying the Greeks and the facts that they passed on their male virility to the young men by having the young men perform oral sex on the adult men. And that was given as justification for these aberrant behaviors. This is pedophilia. This is abuse of children. When we make these arguments, we ignore certain basic biological realities. Every human being has all complete systems in their body, save one. They have a half system of their reproductive system. We have understood mammalian sexual dichotomy through a recognition, not a identify, not something we assign, but the recognition that there exist these two co-functioning reproductive components that, when come together, produce human beings. They produce generations, genealogies. Those gene words come in the same word that we get gender. It recognizes inherently there are two. In the genetic code, there's XX, there's XY. I've heard comments about there being other ones. Well, guess what? They're all listed because they're aberrant. There's XX and XXY and XY and XYY. These are not healthy states. This is a hijacking of a legitimate health issue in order to promote some subjective sense of who we are. People are going to have those opinions. People are going to have those subjective ideas of who they are. And those kids have never been silenced. They are not silenced in school. I went through all of those things and watched it. The kids are not being what's being talked about here. But having a teacher come forward and present their ideas on it, these same people waving the flags and supporting these things would be arguably upset if those same teachers were proselytizing about Catholicism or their LDS beliefs or Protestantism. We're hoping for a neutral stance in support of this to protect children in relative neutrality. They have plenty of ability to talk when they're on campuses to themselves, present their own ideas, but protecting children from teachers who don't have any right telling our children what is true or subjectively in their assessment on these things needs to be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Shalina Dean, and then on deck after Shalina Dean, we have Heather Martin, and then last up, Steve Tanner.
Hello, my name is Shalina Dean. I'm in District 4. I didn't have a plan to speak today, but I feel very compelled that I do need to speak on this. I've had heard many people talk about how this is excluding certain children, and talk about the mental health of children and the high suicide rate. Well, I just want to say that the way that we keep kids safe is to focus on what they have in common. The things they have in common is they're students, they all have families, they're at school to learn reading, writing, math, history, and speech. I've talked to many students in this district, and they are stressed because adults are trying to teach them against their values and familial values at school, and it's pitting them against parents and their family and also their peers. I personally have had and know of children who have been bullied in the Nampa School District because they have a peer that changed their gender that they've always known by a certain gender, and they either refused to call by their pronoun or inadvertently made a mistake and called them by the wrong pronoun, and they've been publicly called out in class by teachers and students. I am in support of this policy because I feel like it's the closest that we can come to a neutral ground for all parties, whether that is, a student in a more traditional family or a student in an LGBTQ family. And again, the important thing is our children go to school to learn and to learn the skills that are going to allow them to be ready to move forward in their life as an adult. And they have plenty of time to talk with their families. They have plenty of time to talk to other students on their own time about these issues that our students are facing and their things that are alike and things that are different. But at school, that's not the place. Like, we're failing our kids in writing and math and reading, and we need to focus on that and make school a more neutral ground for everybody. And I feel like this policy is a good way to get closer to that. And thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, we have Heather Martin, and like I said last, Mr. Steve Tanner.
Hello, Heather Martin, Zone 4. I feel like there's two separate policies apparently, because I don't see the division. I read the policy at the last meeting. I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was well written. I think it does, again, focus on just letting the parents do the teaching, whatever way you believe. It's not going to be the school's job. It's going to be the parents' job. I'm kind of really seconding Mr. Williams and Shalina's comments. I hear a lot of talk about silencing, And it does go both ways. I think if we're continuing to keep this in policy and teaching it, it's silencing students. My son just graduated from Skyview. He was silenced numerous times and felt uncomfortable and I would say almost bullied by his teachers for not simply saying, I don't agree with that. There are children on both ends of the spectrum, where they stand on this LGBTQ or whatever cisgender, whatever they want to call it now. We need to keep focused on what our kids have in common, not continue to grow division. There are kids on both sides that are feeling left out and excluded for their beliefs. Silencing has happened. I mean, we're not allowed to pray. The same people that are asking, for kids to be included and taught that would have a hard time and probably would be upset if they were teaching Bible in class and praying in class. We need to focus on getting our kids to be able to the core education system. We have kids that are suffering and not even graduating, being able to do reading at a proper level, but we're able to teach them about all the different pronouns. We need to focus on getting our kids academically where they need to be for their future. This is a very divisive issue, and therefore no one's saying that these kids don't belong on either side. All of these kids should be included. All of them should feel open and comfortable at school. They can all have their discussions in their private time. I really ask you to support this policy. I feel that it is inclusive in that it kind of covers everything. It's not blocking only heterosexual, only homosexual. It is just asking for the parents to handle that. And when it comes to the end of the day, it is our job as parents to teach our children. And we're asking you and our taxpayer money to focus on teaching our kids their core educational values that they will need for their future, and leave this to the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to have Mr. Tanner come up and then we will take a 5-minute break.
Trustees, Dr. Russell, thank you for squeaking me in here at the last minute. I wasn't prepared to speak tonight. Steve Tanner, Zone 5. Sorry about that. I wasn't prepared to speak tonight. I only found out about this late this afternoon. So I'm just going to try and gather my thoughts. A lot of what I've heard here, I agree with, that I believe, having read through this, that it looked like a very neutral policy, that it's not discriminatory. And, maybe it can be improved. Maybe it needs to be amended in time. But, for a place to start, I think this is a pretty solid policy. One thing that I'm speaking in support of this. I want to echo the comments like what was just said. If we were here considering whether or not, we could teach Christianity in class, and that, you had to take one side or the other, that would be, you would have a lot of reaction against that as well. But we don't have that. So we need a neutral place. I've heard comments that, this will, if this policy passes, that it'll hurt students, it'll be hostile to them, it won't allow them to have a safe place, in order to discuss who they are. I want to say to that, and I value education. I'm working on a second master's right now. I believe in education very strongly. I respect teachers. I respect the process of education. So I don't mean to speak in a negative way at all about teaching, but I do want to say this. Teachers are not therapists, right? Maybe some of them are. I believe that the proper place for this, for our kids to go, is this discussion needs to remain in the home. If they need to go outside the home, then to go to trained professionals to discuss it. So it's been mentioned that about just sticking to the basics, it's been mentioned, I think Nicole mentioned that college readiness for this district in Caldwell is somewhere around 20%. I think Nampa School District is less than 20%. I think we need to focus on the basics. Education, not about gender identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we are going to take a quick health break. When we come back, we have trustee comments. Following trustee comments, we will entertain approval of the consent agenda, and then we will start on all of our action items. So like I said, about a 5-minute health break, then we'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Okay. up. We are gonna come back. We are gonna start with trustee comments and then move into the consent agenda. Sure. We're gonna give everybody just a few minutes to get settled. Seconds. We're gonna quiet the room to a dull roar and then a silent, dead silent pin drop. That's.
Aren't you a teacher? How do you get these kids up now?
All right. We are gonna go directly into trustee comments. Trustee Simpson.
Yeah, one, I think I speak for everyone. One, we love when people are here.
Absolutely.
And we love the comments. And you'll notice that, you know, we're adding people beyond the time to add people to speak because it is valued and it is important. And it doesn't always happen. And I think part of that comes up in the, you know, things that we talk about are not just one meeting, one event. It is a duration. And if you're not a part of the whole conversation and the dialogue, right, it's hard and you're missing pieces of things and it may seem very untransparent in the way things are done. But I will tell you that that is not the intent of this board or this our leadership to behave that way. But the information is there for those who seek it and want it, and we do want to have those conversations and dialogue because it is super important. So I just want to thank everybody today. I know I felt like some today were even hesitant, but we appreciate you being here in the room and listening and giving us feedback, as well as those that are at home and maybe emailed or sent things in. Thank you very much.
Agreed. Trustee Kirkman, any comments at this time?
No, I will reserve comments for later.
Okay, Trustee Valle?
You know, I took notes,
Okay,
lots of notes.
I am gonna echo.
Wait.
Oh, you do have a comment. I was moving on, people, sorry. Trustee Valle has a comment. Sorry, you took notes.
So I'm not gonna comment at this time, until later.
Okay. I was preparing.
That was good.
I do want to echo, regardless of how this board votes, and sometimes we're in opposition, it does mean something that you guys are here. I would be here too. This is important either way. And kids matter. Kids just matter. All right, so now we are going to move to the consent agenda. I will entertain a motion or discussion on the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as seen.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Consent agenda passes unanimously. We will now move into action items. We have the A and B, so we will go ahead, Dr. Russell, and give this to you.
Chair Taylor, before you is the amended budget for 22-23. And Mr. Dewey would entertain if you have any questions on that.
Okay, sorry, I got a question, Chair Taylor.
Okay, for Mr. Dewey.
Well, whoever's gonna answer it.
Okay, Mr. Dewey, Trustee Kirkman.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Dewey, go ahead and do what you need to do.
Oh, I have nothing.
No, he came up for your question.
This is
Yes.
for questions.
Okay, so, is this on? No, now can you hear me?
Yes.
Do we need to start all over again? When you said the budget, amended budget in front of you, I don't see it. Am I?
So it's, so on that, again, apologize for the lack of.
I got it. I got the whole board docs.
But the reality is on that document, there's two columns. One's the amended budget and one's the proposed
You're
adopted
talking
budget.
the summary
So it's-
one that. was-
Yeah, so that's basically, that's the same document that provides for both.
And if I just want to make sure that because it may seem like I'm really harping on this. So in board docs, for the public, and this is why this question's come up, is that there is an attachment there, but then there's no attachment in the doc. So there's something wrong with board docs. That's why we're not seeing the document.
There's an
And
issue
so-
with board docs right now.
Yeah, so it's not staff. Please don't get me wrong. It's not our staff that are not doing this. It's just weird how board docs isn't providing the documentation. So that's what I was questioning about.
Can I, so, Ms. Lamont, share with me, if you go to like and act like you're gonna print it,
Actually, if we,
then they all show up
Tyler,
there.
can you walk them through, thank you, so
Yeah.
that you guys can see? And Tyler actually was the tech guru that showed me that today.
How come you didn't show all of us, Tyler?
Yeah, this is the first time though, because I haven't had an issue with any of this showing up in the past, so.
We had some glitches last year as well,
Yeah.
around the same time.
So when you're in here, if you just go to the print, and it'll take a second to load just because I'm streaming from my computer. If you hit the detailed agenda, then all the PDFs do show up. It's a minor glitch, happens very infrequently. But the documents are there.
And if you do that currently, Tyler did upload the budget information that was requested onto the website, and then I also uploaded it onto action items A and B. The additional information that was requested of Mr. Dewey. So those are also updated into the board packet now.
Tyler, Chrissy, we love it.
And I will, as far as the 2023-24 budget, I will provide a summary that I will, should be able to get down to by tomorrow.
Okay, so are there more questions or additional discussion on the 2022 or 2023 amended budget?
Hold on, I'm looking for it.
Okay.
I still got layers.
Is this one that you emailed to us also?
Yes, I just emailed it to the board as well, and I just did that prior to the health break.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you want the budget?
Yeah, I'm seeing the.
I don't think it's gonna work for you. Try to open that.
This is the amended budget, 22-23 amended budget.
So to put it in context on this, Trustee Kirkman, what this budget is basically year-end financials of what I've been giving you guys all along. So on our monthly financial report, there's the original budget that's in there. And then there's also that, there's a second column in the financial documents that give you a monthly that has the actual amended budget, if that makes sense. This is just making it official. Most of what changes in here are any kind of our federal funds. Those, we have some ups and downs, some different ways that they've looked at it, 20, 30 grand here and there. We have had some new revenue that we weren't anticipating, similar to like our dyslexia money, some of those type of things that came in the general fund. Our carryover money was part of this as well. And then I also did some adjustments based on our revenue forecasts as well. So I brought down revenue forecast to make up for that difference as well. And so that's all that's different. Nothing's changed from the monthly financials that we've given you. This is just actually making it as it is so you guys approve it.
Chairman, can I make a motion?
Absolutely.
I move to approve the fiscal year 2022-2023 amended budget.
I second. Okay, motion has been made in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, now we're gonna move to B, which is the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. I will entertain a motion or discussion.
Before we do this, I definitely, with regards to a conversation we had earlier, we need to get information to the public. So even though I'm gonna move to approve this, I want all that information to be, make sure that we provide it. Even if it's a video. I know you say that it's difficult. Maybe you just need to put a video with all the numbers and what everything means. I don't know.
We actually did one video. just we don't go into detail, unfortunately. So I think if there's more detail, we can provide some more detail.
And the
out to
people,
patrons.
and he really is open. I know he's open to me to come many times, and I've seen him talking with people,
worried
so
about it.
he's very open to come and talk to you. So I don't doubt it. If nobody has a comment, I would like to make a motion.
Okay. Trustees, any comments?
There's 93 pages in here that I got comments about, but I don't have time to go through and read them line by line.
Okay, so yep, we can
I
entertain
mean,
any.
this is the first time I've seen this because of issues with board docs, not you.
No, actually, this one was not in board docs. So the only thing that was provided in board docs was the actual legal
Well, I
publication
got
that we
this
did.
from the,
We just barely put it in.
I
there.
just loaded that.
Yeah, so
Just-
this is the document that goes to the state. That's a requirement from the state that
yeah, this is one that
goes
she
and
sent.
actually is one step away from our main document that goes into our computer system. So
And we have 10 days, right?
we have 14 days.
14 and,
Within 14 days, we have to adopt the budget.
and as a reminder to previous conversation, and as discussed earlier, we do have a special meeting coming up.
Yeah, so, and I want to make it very clear that this is not, it's not that I don't trust staff. Believe me, it's not that
No, I
at
don't
all.
think
It's
so
just
at
that I
all.
have a problem voting for or against something that I know nothing about. That I have not had an opportunity
No,
to
that's
read.
totally fair.
I think everybody appreciates that. Yes.
I move that we table this, the fiscal year 2023-24 budget approval until the special meeting we have coming up.
I second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. We have moved that, and then Clerk Lamont will need to get that scheduled in the special meeting.
Thank you,
I'll have it
Trustee
scheduled.
for understanding.
Yes, thank you. I can't make motions, trustees. Please keep in mind, I cannot make motions.
We have your back.
Thank you. Okay, we are now going to move to C, which is the second reading of policy 2050. Here's what I'm going to ask. This is a topic that we have no choice but to discuss tonight amongst ourselves, and this is where we get to have this discussion. We don't get to have discussion anywhere else. So regardless of your feelings or if this is hard for you, I'm going to ask that you maintain that same level of respect and silence. This is hard for us too. Thank you. Kate, trustees.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, I just wanted to let the trustees know there are a couple of amendments to the policy that was presented. This is very similar to the policy that was presented in May. You'll see those amendments are kind of in red line, and so I'll just point those out for you so you're aware. And a lot of these stem from the conversations that the board had in May with some questions around that. So if you would move to line 62, you'll see there were some questions about last time activities and the jurisdiction of IHSAA. And so that just tries to clarify that other than activities under the jurisdiction of ISSA, in the event of students unwilling or unable to use school facilities. So it just talks about putting that a little more clear. So that was just added. So a few words there. Line 70, again, there was questions and wanted more clarity for us to demonstrate that we have to follow Idaho High School Athletic Associations. And so there were some comments about, can we make that clearer, or that language stronger? So in line 70, it says activities under the direction of Idaho High School Athletic Association. That was added. And then continue on, it says shall be subject to Idaho High School IHSAA rules and regulations, which the district is required to follow. That was another kind of comment that was asked to be added in that. So the two things added in that are under the direction of the IHSAA and the requirement to follow those. And then there was a question in line 72 around non-sanctioned sports, and that verbiage was added. So similar activities at younger grade levels as well as non-sanctioned sports and activities shall likewise follow IHSAA guidelines and guidance to the extent applicable and feasible. So, because there was a question about whether that included non-sanctioned sports and activities or not, and so that was added and included into that. The other items you'll see are on line 109 and 110, and those were just to clarify last time there was policy 3295. We don't have a policy 3295, so it's actually policy 3290. And that wasn't the correct title. It was 3290 is a sexual assault and intimidation of students. And that was just to clarify that. And I believe that is the extent of the changes from the last time the board looked at it.
Okay, trustees, discussion, motion, questions?
Nobody wants to begin, huh?
Oh, I'll begin. I just gotta go ahead.
So I just want to say this 2050, policy 2050 has definitely, I've lost sleep over this many nights. And probably more so than anything else that this board has done. And when I say this board, I mean us five that are sitting here together. And I go back to one of our, as a trustee, we are tasked to protect the morals and health of the pupils. And that doesn't mean only the morals that you agree with. It doesn't agree only the morals of the majority of folks who are in our school, which is what makes this decision so incredibly hard. And I think even sometimes the conversation hard, right? How do we have this conversation in a respectful dialogue? Because we've witnessed dialogue that's been very much respectful and dialogue that hasn't been, and then working to get respect on it. But to me, and I know from firsthand experience, that if kids don't feel safe in a classroom, they will not even begin to try to learn the reading, the writing, the math that so many are saying. And you can shake your head no, but I'm telling you, if they don't walk in a room and feel loved and supported with exactly who they are, then learning is not even where they begin. And that is from our best and brightest and most gifted students to our most struggling students. I can tell you across the board. And I can tell you that because I am a teacher who struggles with a new batch of kids each year to try to make those connections and to make sure every single student feels loved. And I don't always do that for every student because I'm not perfect. And I know that there are other teachers out there who are trying their best to do the same thing and to not offend anyone or to do anything. My biggest problem and the most sleep I've lost over this is this idea that our teachers can't survey our students. In our evaluation process that is provided by the state, it actually, and I'm trying to pull it up so I can read it directly, but one of domain 1 in component B, it's demonstrating knowledge of students' interests and cultural heritage. If kids don't think you're interested in knowing what they're interested in, they don't like you, they don't trust you, they think that you hate them. And you can believe me or not, it doesn't matter either way. And I keep wrestling with how do we address this? And I don't believe this is a public school, so religion should not come into play in any decisions that are made. And I've struggled with how do I express like why I want to vote the way I want. Well, one, it goes back to this. It's about the morals and health of the pupils. Not my morals, not anyone else's morals, but the morals of the pupils that are in our buildings. And I want to do that respecting parents wholeheartedly. I want them to be able to have conversations with their children about whatever they want to have conversations about with their children. I don't want to stop that. I also don't want to stop people from learning. The last gentleman who spoke talked about teachers aren't therapists. We're not. We are not. And we have a long way to go to get there, right? But we can't then tie people's hands who are in this position. And you ask many teachers, they play a parent role. During that day when you're not there, we are trying to make decisions that we think are in the best interests of your child to help them to be successful, to learn and to grow. And hopefully most of all to feel loved. Because at the end of the day, I would love our scores to be off the charts. And I guarantee if every single one of our students says they entered a building and left that building each day feeling loved, if all of our students said that, our scores would be off the charts. I'm willing to bet my life on it. I'm not a betting person. I'm a math teacher, so I know the odds aren't good for betting. But I know that if every single child feels loved and supported, our scores would be off the charts. Off the charts. My fear is that this particular policy does not do that. It does silence people. And it does, to me, I immediately go to, now we're going to have kids bullying kids. And we want to try and stop that. So I don't mind trying to create something that is neutral. And I think the best thing you can do is something, right? The worst thing you can do is nothing. So I appreciate the fact that we're having these conversations, we're having the dialogue, we're doing the hard work to get to where we need to be for kids. But for me, this is not it. We're not there yet. And we do need a policy that respects parent involvement and parent decision making. I agree. I actually don't think this does it. I think we need to have information about and we've talked about it, and I don't doubt, Dr. Russell, that it's not on your agenda for things to do, because I know when we talk about things, you hear things, and you're moving forward them. But I think every parent needs to know what's taught in each class. And you should have a say whether your kid takes that class or not. Not just your kids in this class because that's what they put on their schedule. Sorry. Right? Going back to those professionals, though, I think saying that we're not going to talk about transgender, and I don't even know all the terms, right? I don't really care. I see kids and I just love them because they're kids and they're human beings, and I think they deserve respect. And that's how I operate. But I know everybody doesn't operate that way. But in a psychology class, that's where we're generating these professionals that the gentleman at the end said, this is who these kids should be going to talk to. So if we remove that from the curriculum, we're not doing those kids any favors. We're not preparing someone who wants to be a therapist or a counselor for college. I don't remember everyone's name, but the gentleman here, right, who graduated from Nampa schools. If that's what you want to go into, then you should be learning everything you need and could know about psychology and every theory out there. Does that mean you have to believe in all of them? No. Right? But for me, we're not there. So I would be behind approving this as a second read because we're there. But I need more. Sorry, is it a third read? I thought we're at a second.
Second read.
Second read. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I'm okay. And I don't care if we have to go to 4 reads or 5 reads. Like, I think we've started a process and the intent is there that we get, 1, parents involved, right? That's what I heard. Parents want to know and should know what we're teaching to kids. 2, I think we need a policy that truly speaks to how are we gonna make sure everyone is loved and respected when they walk in the classroom. That's my recommendation. We're not there yet. I'm willing to sit down. I'm willing to try and write things up myself. I'm willing to have another meeting if we need to do it together. I'm willing to have more listening sessions and flush some of those things out. But I think it's important to hear when people say, you're silencing us by this, even if I didn't think so, I think we need to listen to it. Because then we're messing with our kids. And we're messing with the message that we're sending to kids. And I would hope this board wants to send the message to all kids that they are loved no matter who or what they are or what they identify as. We love you and support you.
Thank you, Trustee Simpson. Trustee Payne?
Yeah. I don't get paid enough for this.
Yeah, you and all of us, buddy.
Seriously.
You knew what you were getting into, though.
Okay, I'm gonna somehow get into it my own way because I think a lot. Whether you believe we came from a monkey or we were created, we all came from one specific source, right? If that's the case, there's only one race, and that's a human race. Black, white, whatever colors you want to put it in there, those are just chemical reactions to where you're at. Or I was reading about that, how people are actually dark or white or yellow or green or purple. It's we're all the same. We're all have the same blood. And even then, I believe that this world likes to break itself down into different groups. For some reason, it feels like the need to classify people. It feels the need to say, okay, you belong here. You're Hispanic. You belong here. You get all these things, and then okay, we're all okay with that, And hard, sometimes it makes it difficult for kids to want to be part of a group that encompasses everyone because they've already been classified. And classification like that, actually, I feel it creates more problems. And that's the same thing that I'm seeing happening with this. It's okay. Let me talk about the points. I have so many notes here. Earlier, there's this guy speaking that was for the policy, and the little girl in the back. There was a little girl in the back, and I don't know if she's there anymore, but she raised her hand, and the mom said, like why? If you believe if they need to have their own thought, even at that age, why can't she go like this? Is it because she's too little to figure things out? Or because she needs a parent to help her figure things out? Or do you want somebody else? You want a teacher to help her figure things out? I believe that as a parent, you have every right to tell that little girl, you need to think about this. You need to figure out what you're raising your hand as, because obviously, as a parent, from what I saw, you're doing the wrong thing, right? That's basically what this is about, this policy. Letting the parent choose, figure out in their home, not the teacher. not the district. And I know you can throw all these numbers, statistics and everything. And I've been watching videos and things from people that are pros and cons. And some of the stuff that I see, I'm like, oh, why am I even watching this? This is disgusting. But I still watched it, because it's like with the book. Did you read the book? Oh, I kind of did. But nobody believed me. So with this, it's like, okay, I'm going to look at that side. But then I did see a documentary that really spoke to me because the people that were in it were very pro gay and lesbian and LGBT, blah, blah, blah. I don't know all the pronouns, I'm sorry. That offends you. And that, it was called, What is a Woman?
By Matt Walsh.
And I saw that, and it was basically all these doctors and all these professionals that were pro that, and the person was trying, the guy who was doing the documentary was trying to figure out what is a woman. And the things that some of those professionals were saying, I was like, man, society is taking a step back. What is the best thing for our kids? I don't want a doctor. I don't want a church leader. I don't want Mr. Russell here. I don't want teachers telling my kids what they should be. That's what we have parents for, okay? So what happens when you close your door is all up to you. I heard some misconceptions here because a lot of people were saying that we're depriving kids and stopping them from talking. This is not stopping the kids, stopping the district. Okay, and this has been vetted by legal, I believe, this policy. I believe so, right? Or not?
Yes.
Okay, so we know we're following the law. But beyond that, what is the best thing for our kids? For those who have parents, they need to take responsibility, okay? For those that don't, we have a way to help them. This is so neutral to me that I can't see it. I mean, I will make some more changes, but I can't because of the law. But what it is right now is the best thing that was put together in my eyes. And if I was to say, what is the best thing I've ever done in my life when I die? I will say, number one, I raised a good family and I lived a good, I tried to do good. Number two, I passed this policy. That's how I feel.
Thank you, Trustee.
Trustee Kirkman, I hate to interrupt you. I was just going to give clarification. Our district policy 1300, that's your policy on approving policy and amending it, revising it. It only requires a minimum of 2 readings, so this could be the second final reading.
But there's no maximum number of readings, is there?
That's correct.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be the final, second and final. That's what it says in there.
I believe that was the recommendation. I was just making sure you were aware of your own part.
Thank you, Trustee Kirkman.
All right, thank you, Chair Taylor. I have, my first, these are gonna be in no coherent order of thoughts. But my first one is I thought about when I've discussed various things and met with teachers and talked about, everything on their plate, a lot of times the teachers will say, well, I'm not a ... fill in the blank. I'm not a parent, I'm not a therapist, I don't have the time to, on and on and on. And so I thought about that, and I thought, well, if some of these kids go to their teacher with these really heavy issues, is it fair to the teacher to put that individual in that position without the training needed to address those issues? And on that note, would that put us in a what type of a legal liability then if, I think you can kind of see where I'm going with this, Dr. Russell, if the parent of that student then turned around and sued either the district or that teacher for going outside of a policy, outside the scope and course of employment type of a thing. So that was one thought that I had, and I don't know, Dr. Russell, if you could follow up maybe with that, if that's something that I love listening to all the comments, because what it made me realize, other than the comment about Hitler and Nazi and all that, is that we're in more agreement than I think we're in disagreement. I think everyone sitting in this room wants what's best for the kids. And as adults, we just can't figure out how to come to an agreement. Which is why I appreciate everybody showing up in comments. One thing I always think about is, from a logical perspective, and more, I guess it's more of a reality-based logical perspective, and I apologize again if this offends anyone, but we always talk about, everyone says all students, all kids, and no matter if it's on this side of the spectrum or on this end of the spectrum, it is absolutely impossible to the all. That's not possible. Now, that's not something that we shouldn't be working towards. We always should be working towards that end, but it's just not going to be possible because everyone comes from different perspectives and different environments and different beliefs and faiths and on and on and on. So, when people say all students should be respected, then I think, well, what about the students who sit in class listening to the talk or the discussion about LGBTQ issues and doesn't agree with it? And it goes against their identity, as maybe their identity rests in their religion. Maybe their identity as a student rests in their faith. Maybe their faith and religion is different from their parents, but that's their identity. And maybe what is being discussed in class goes in absolute contrary to that. Then I'm thinking, well, what about that student? Or what about the other student? So that's where my mind goes back and forth like a tennis match all the time. I just keep thinking about this all. And it's just not possible to get to that point. So how do we kind of work towards that balance? And I so appreciate Trustee Simpson and her comments, because, I really do agree. I agree with you. And I'm all for 30, 40 different readings of this policy if necessary. But I did take a minute and jotted a few thoughts down on maybe some suggested changes to this current draft policy. For one, I think, and I don't know why we haven't done this as a district, and I would hope that maybe somebody with some more historical information can explain it to me, but I think all of our policies should include a statement of purpose. Why are we putting this policy in place? What is the reason for the district to put this policy in place? Where's that statement of purpose? There may be some policies that have that in there, but in my experience, there's always a reason why. Here's the policy. So I want to start with that. And I kind of just changed a little bit of the current draft policy. And no, I have not sent this to, and nobody has heard about this.
Hopefully not. That would be an open meeting law.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that was out there.
Okay, good.
So one, statement of purpose. And I remember back where's the harp music that goes on with that? I recall when we were talking about this in May, one of the comments that I made is, and it was right towards the end of the discussion at Skyview High School, that we can't we can't marginalize those students who do have these legitimate concerns and questions and issues and things like that, that they need to go to somebody. And I made that comment, and I asked Dr. Russell and the staff to kind of look at how we can incorporate something like that into our policy and try to get and find that balance. So statement of purpose for me, this policy would be that the district recognizes the rights of parents, and that's an absolute must for me. Parents need to know what's going on and what's being taught to their kids. There is no place in my world where the school district becomes the parent to that child. They could become the caregiver or the guardian for a certain amount of time, but they do not become the parent if there is a parent for that child. So the rights of parents, guardians, caregivers to discuss, address, and educate. And I think maybe those three words could probably wordsmith a little bit. I think I'm focusing on the educate and the discussion. Their child in every subject matter, especially the non. So here's where I would like to kind of add to that. The intent of this policy is to empower, and these are just thoughts, so these are just like real draft. The intent of this policy is to empower and provide those individuals, the parents, the guardians, caregivers, the opportunity to have discussions of a sensitive nature with their child. It is also the intent of this policy to prevent staff from having discussions and conversations surrounding these sensitive topics in the presence of students who desire not to have these discussions, or whose parents, guardians, and caregivers prefer not to have their child participate in these discussions. I think really that's where the intent is. We want to provide the discussion and the education and the content, whatever, to those students who may need it and whose parents or caregivers allow that, but also take into account those students who do not want to participate in these discussions, where it might be offensive to them and their beliefs and their faiths. And so I'm looking at both sides here and really trying to take a logical approach. But then I go on here and I say, however, the district also recognizes that there are some students who may feel more comfortable or safe when discussing these sensitive matters with staff at school. Totally recognize that, 100% agree with that. Therefore, if a staff member feels comfortable doing so, and this is where we might need, obviously get some input from staff maybe, they may discuss these matters in a private one-on-one or a more informal setting with the students who initiate a request or conversation to discuss sensitive matters such as these. So what I'm trying to say here is, if a student feels more safe at school in discussing these really sensitive matters to a teacher, that be allowed, but not in a formal instructional setting. And I even went on to include that in the definition here. I don't want to take away the ability for a staff member to be able to help a student not get to that point where they might be considering or having some suicidal ideations. That's not lost on me, folks. I totally understand that, totally get it. But I also want to make sure that the rights and the parents of the students who don't want those discussions to happen is protected also. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to hit. So formal instruction during regular class time or school or any district-sponsored event or activity, whether on school property or not. Informal settings may be while class is not in session. It might be during a lunch break. It might be after school. It might be those times when there's no other students around, but that staff member can have a conversation with that student if the student initiates that conversation. And I don't know how you're going to police this. And I'm not thinking about that right now. I'm just trying to see where can we address both sides of this and still provide the safe space for a student to have a conversation with the staff member, or that staff member then, if they don't feel comfortable and they're like, I'm not a therapist, I'm not trained to deal with these, then they can refer that student to a counselor who is trained and who is in a more appropriate place to have those discussions. My big thing is, don't have discussions like this in a formal instructional setting, in a class. And so if it's in a curriculum, we take that out of curriculum. I appreciate your comment about psychology, but I know we have psychologists today who didn't learn this stuff when they were going to school. It wasn't in the curriculum. So just because it's in curriculum now doesn't mean it has to stay there. And that means if they don't learn it, are they not going to become psychologists? That logic doesn't compute with me. So whether or not it's in the curriculum or not, it just doesn't make sense. They can still learn. They can still move to secondary and post-secondary education by learning what they learn in school and not about the gender identity and gender transition and all that other kind of stuff. But provide them a way, if they want to have those discussions, by all means. And then I think it's the state statute that starts July 1st that will then require, and that's not on us, that's on the state, that will then require the school or the counselor, the teacher, whoever, to then report that to the parent and make sure that the parent does know and loop them into the conversation. Does all that make sense, Dr. Russell? I hope I'm not just talking in circles because I tend to do that.
No, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, it does. I kind of written down your points and it makes sense. I kind of see where you're headed. And
Dr. Russell, is it possible that our procedure that you've written around this policy addresses some of that already?
Yeah, Chair Taylor, there are some things in that. I'm happy to review some of the procedures, if you'd like, Mr.
It's up to
Trustee.
But maybe that's the point. Maybe it needs to be a little bit more detailed like this. And since I brought it up in public meeting, I'll send this to you also, the notes that I had down here. Also, I do not believe, reading the current state of this proposed policy, that it prohibits students from talking about this. It's not saying you can't discuss it. What if a student were come to a teacher and ask that teacher, what do you think about religion? Can the teacher discuss that outside of the classroom? Is there anything that prohibits the teacher from doing that? Not that I know of. They're not teaching it. They're not educating the student on it. It's a student that has the initiative to come up and ask that question. Now, if I were that teacher, I'd say, well, you need to go ask your mom and dad about that because I'm not going to talk about that. But is there a prohibition against a teacher to do that? Or any controversial subject like that? I don't know, maybe there is, but not that I know of right off the bat. So if a student were to come up and ask a teacher outside of the classroom during passing or at lunchtime or whatever about their sexual identity or whatever that case, hey, do you have any suggestions? Where could I go to find out more about this or whatever? Does that prohibit a teacher from giving that student the information? Where? I don't see it in here. And I think that's probably what needs to be more defined in this draft policy is maybe the definition of where that conversation happens. Does it happen in a classroom or can it happen outside of a classroom? And that's what I'm trying to get at. Where can we approach this from and satisfy both ends of the spectrum? I don't have all the answers, but it's something that I was thinking about a little bit more about how to balance this a little bit. Same with the projects, all that kind of stuff. And, just a second. I made some comments on the comments that were being shared. All students, kids talking about. And I don't know, I'm just thinking, I guess I'm just thinking about how I would react to something like this. And I have many, many times before, and even in my professional career and the things I do outside of this role, I run into this all the time. People who talk about their, because it's come up, kids talking about their moms or their dads. I don't think a teacher would shy away from any of that. I don't think that that's going to be prohibited question or discussion on topic or something like that. The policy, and again, if we need to clean this up a little bit, the policy should be directed at the education, the curriculum discussion, the teaching of by a teacher in a formal classroom setting. That's what I'm getting at here. But provide opportunities if needed, and those students who want to have or need to have those discussions, because I recognize that they don't all come from stable family environments, and they have questions that don't align with their family values. I get it. That they have that opportunity to be able to come to staff, either that teacher can discuss something with them outside of the formal educational instructional thing, or refer them to a counselor and have that conversation at that point. That's it for now.
Okay, trustees, anything else in
Yeah,
regards to that before
Yeah, if I can say something, Chair. I just want to be careful. I don't want to be opening ourselves up by some teachers saying something that they're not qualified to say and opening the district up for liability.
Well, that's why I asked that question very first.
And I think when we, in reading this and reading the other policies, we're providing a safe way for the kids who are having these problems to go to a person who knows how to handle these things. So to me, it doesn't make sense to allow a teacher that doesn't know any better, or may not know the workings of this subject, to give advice that will come back and haunt us. I have a problem with that. Especially, and I think a lot of parents will have a problem with that. And I think this district would be very unsafe from liabilities. And we've already vetted this through legal, and I think it's been said that it's fair and it's legit, and I see it as a very good working model for us.
Chair Taylor?
Sure.
I'm sorry, can I just respond, just a quick question? So then, Trustee Valier, what about those students who do not come from a stable family environment, who need the direction and the help and the questions are there and nobody's there to ask them? I can't not forget about those students.
Yes.
Because that's the reality.
No, that is the reality. That's why there are professionals that is listed. There's a part in there that, we're going to be sending them to, so that they
And I
can
wanted to make sure that was in there.
Yeah, no, I believe it is. I don't have it memorized, but there's a section, right, Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Valley, there's some procedures that I'm happy to read, that the administration has kind of talked through about ways that we would help support some of the students. I'll read a few of them. One of them says, if a staff member has knowledge of extenuating circumstances where a student may need support to discuss items of policy 2050, the student should be referred to a school counselor. Another one is understood at times a student may request or be referred to a school counselor around the topics listed in policy 2050. School counselors may meet with students and follow Idaho Code 33602, parental rights law, which is the notification law, and working through that. So there are some procedures that we would plan on informing the staff around, to help provide some support for the students, if that's what you're referring to.
Those aren't in the proposed policy. Those are in more of the instructions of.
They would be, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, correct. They would be in the procedures on how we would implement the policy, the things that we would refer and talk with staff about.
Taylor, I just, I want to remind folks that, we're saying things like these kids that have a problem, they don't have a problem. They don't have a problem.
I don't think we said that.
You just did.
But
You said if they have this problem.
Yeah, if they need to talk to
And I
somebody.
can go
to
back
talk
on the
to a
video.
professional.
Sorry, can I just finish? Sorry.
Yeah, but don't speak for me. Don't say what I
can go back and watch the video, and your words were, if there are kids who have this problem.
I'm talking with.
All of us have problems, big and small. And this idea that define a stable family. Define a stable family. I give props to anyone. Parenting is the hardest task on the planet. It is the absolute hardest task on the planet. And if anybody says different, then I'm going to say your experience is very different than most parents on the planet. It is hard. And so creating stable is very much in the eye of the beholder, right? Like, it depends. Your kids may not think your home is stable, and you may think it is. I'm just telling you. But our ability to generalize, that's the problem, right? And that's the hard thing. That's why I want to reach all, right? How do we get to working to all kids? How do we respect all kids? Because I do think we can do it. Is it hard? Yes. Because it brings me to tears when you say this is the greatest policy ever passed. Like, it breaks my heart only because I know you. I appreciate you. I actually love you, Marco Valle. I appreciate the work that you do on this board. Okay? And that is truly my heart. But it breaks because I'm like, oh, but I know how much he cares and loves for kids. But sometimes the words and things we choose to use and say are hurtful. And I know you're not meaning to. And I apologize for jumping in and making it sound. I appreciate that you corrected me. I'm not going to try and speak for you. I'm just trying to tell you what I heard and what possibly kids in our district and parents in our district are hearing. And that I know that is not the voice that people want to hear from this board. And it's not the voice that we as a board want people to hear. So I apologize for that.
So, can I
Go
come?
for it.
Anybody
Yeah,
care?
you need to
Can I talk?
You need to talk.
Is it okay? So Trustee Brian, what I heard is that the problem is for children who don't have a supportive person in their life to go to. Is that what you meant? Because it's definitely what I heard. So it's probably hard because oftentimes the feedback for me is I don't know where you're coming from. So I think I'm always like a shocker. So here we go. I'm very much in favor of this policy, and not because I'm a bigot or I'm anti-gay. My implementer is gay. My aunts are gay. My brother-in-law, gay. Transgender photo shoots right here. It's nothing that I shy away from. The difference is that post 2020, in no way, shape, or form do I want a teacher to have core value conversations with my children any longer. And it was 2020 that really woke me up to that, because I had teachers letting my kids know that because I wasn't going to get them vaccinated or they weren't going to wear masks all the time, that I was basically a pile of crap parent, and this came from teachers, or that I didn't have concern of others. This came from teachers. That I didn't care about humanity came from teachers. So at the end of the day, no matter how any one of my children identifies, trust me when I tell you I will love them. I will be their parent and I will stand for them. My most discriminated against child right now is my oldest white straight son, who actually had to leave college. It was such a bad experience for him, and he wanted to be a psychology major. Anyway, point being, I love that in our procedure, we have outlined, and I loved the comment that we received from the person who had worked with kids for years, that we need somebody who is in a neutral space, that doesn't have a preconceived notion, that has been trained in situations where children do not have a supported family member or a supported, trusted adult, or they need somebody to go to, but don't take that opportunity from me and my kids. When a child that works for me comes to me and tells me that they are sexually active or wants to disclose something to me, the first thing I say is, hey, can we talk to your parents? Because I know that they love you and it could seem scary, but I don't want to rob your parent of this opportunity to get to know you. And that is how I hope anybody who encounters one of my children reacts. And it is how the administrators that I have grown to trust on this board have reacted to my kids. It hasn't always been that way. So putting this decision to have this conversation, no matter what side you lie on, because trust me when I tell you, not all of these teachers are allies to the cause. Trust me when I tell you that there are teachers who, well, like we've heard, have opposite beliefs. This is not something that we need to discuss with a teacher. This is something that we need to either discuss with somebody who's trained, not in the art of gay, in the art of you don't have a supportive family and stable situation. Like point blank. So I'm very much, and it took me all this time to get to this place of talking to everybody, because I too, after the first night that we read through this, I was like, I thought that was my last night. And it was really the comments. I'm not an ally, man. They're my friends. Like, I even hate the word. Like, I have lived in Nampa my whole life. This is my community. We all belong here. The American flag for me always stood for everybody. Schools should be a safe place. Classrooms should be a safe place. You shouldn't need a sign in your classroom as a teacher to let kids know that you're safe for all. If you're a teacher, you should be safe for all. So that's where I'm coming in. I'm very much in support of how it's written. I love the procedure. We've had this policy in front of us for weeks. We had so much time to ask these questions or talk to people in the community. And it does seem very neutral, especially because we have procedure to back it up to make sure discrimination won't happen. Because I'm going to tell you right now, when you ask a 5-year-old their pronouns, this has happened. You are directly infringing, you are challenging that family through their child. And that is the school district challenging that family's core beliefs, because these are core beliefs, just like health beliefs were for COVID. These are core beliefs. I don't want to debate them. I want to preserve our rights to have all of our individual beliefs. And to me, this policy does that.
Chair, if I could say something real quick.
Yes, you can.
And this is something that I didn't want to bring up, but I need to bring up. Yes. And if I'm going the wrong way, somebody stop me. I don't want to be breaking rules.
I'll
Okay.
stop you.
Okay, the president of the Teachers Association, Mr. Cup. I'm gonna put him on the spot.
I
Are we?
think you're crossing a line.
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
I think what you're talking about, what he personally wanted to believe.
What he personally did with the students.
But I don't think we should.
Talk about that.
Okay.
No,
Well, I can't.
that's a rule.
That's, okay, because he did it as he said.
It's still a rule. Yeah, you keep talking about it. I think it's a rule.
Just stop.
Yeah,
right
I'm
there.
gonna say point of order. We're gonna move on.
Ooh, the hammer came out. Okay, so I will say something else. I would like to make a motion.
Oh, hold on, I'm not.
Oh,
You can make a motion, or you could discuss it.
Okay.
I just wanted to just quickly respond, Trustee Dahlia, to Trustee Simpson's, and clarify that stable family relationship. I think when I made those comments, yes, I used the word stable. I alluded to the fact that, students may not feel comfortable talking to their parents. They have questions that they may feel comfortable talking to someone else. So yeah, I mean, stable is, what does stable mean? So that's what that comment included, all of those other, kind of what that might mean. And for some families, I mean, I think I have a stable family until you ask my kids, and they think we're all crazy. So, I mean, I get the,
That's most.
it's a very fluid.
I
That's
just
the
worry then
point.
does there need to be a definition in the policy? Because there's
I don't
nothing in there.
Define what stable is.
But but even your definition of if a student doesn't feel comfortable talking with their parents about it, because as the policy reads now, it doesn't matter. That information is going back to the parent, period.
Well, that's state law though.
As of July
As of
1st.
July
As of July
1st,
1st,
that's a state law. So we don't have.
We don't have a choice.
But that's why I was talking about this stuff at the beginning, to give the opportunity for a student to still, at least if they have a question, and feel more comfortable going to a teacher rather than their parent, recognizing that, and this is where I think I used that term stable, we're recognizing that there's not a lot of quote unquote, not everybody has that quote unquote stable family.
Yeah, but I'm just still so one of my kids, middle school year, he was having problems in math. He went to the counselor's office. The counselor called me to talk about an issue my son didn't have. He made the whole thing up. He made the whole thing up because he didn't want to do his math, the whole thing. I actually had to spend 2 hours compelling him to tell the truth because he just didn't want to do his math. To the counselor who called me to tell me about my family problem, I'm sorry, guys, this is for me, and I won't, if we're a lock, which is fine, I won't be the tiebreaker and it would die until we move on. I won't do that to us because I do believe that us being on the same page is important. But we keep talking about things like stable, like Not even every teacher is totally stable, just like not every person is totally stable. Like,
For
this
anyone
is
to
something.
become a teacher, they have to be a little bit unstable.
There is no requirement to become anything to be stable. Trust.
I think, okay, but I think take the word stable out. I use that because that's something that we kind of all kind of associate that
Yeah,
term
but
with.
I
So
feel
take
like
the word out.
I'm trying to, because I'm
Everyone's
trying
getting
to
hung
say
up on the word
imminent
stable.
fear
Remove
or danger. Like, we shouldn't interject in almost any case unless it's imminent fear, danger, or abuse. In anything, not just this, but like, unless a child is being truly abused, there is not one of our homes that you're gonna walk into, and not even up here and not even out here. You're not gonna walk into these homes, but believe me, do not challenge what you think my bias is through my child.
No, I agree with you.
Because I'm gonna
1000%.
tell you right now, it is my child, it is not your child.
Right.
As much as I appreciate that teachers get my child for 1 year of their 12-year career and possibly 2, and I have Christmas every year with my little sister's kindergarten teacher. That's how influential teachers have been in my life. I don't want you to discuss my child's sexuality with me unless I know you and I are on the same page. Sorry.
No,
I just don't.
I agree with you.
Not even you, Jeff.
No, I agree.
Chair, I would like to make a motion.
Okay,
I move to approve the second and final reading of policy 2050.
okay, I second. Motion has been made. Any discussion? And it has been seconded.
I've discussed.
Okay,
I just feel like trustee Kirkman has made some suggestions, and I would like to see those at least enacted. I know similar along the lines of the parent responsibility and things, and maybe it doesn't go in this policy at all, but I do think there needs to be policy that we have information going to parents about what's in a class and not in a class.
that's already happening.
Policy.
Oh, it's not in policy. It's a
Yeah,
procedure.
so,
It's a procedure.
Yeah.
You don't want that in policy.
and then, and it sounds like, I do know the procedure is in place. But that's why I can't support as a final read.
And like I said, I won't be the tiebreaker. I think I just gave a really good purview of where I stood and why.
Well, as far as the policy as it reads now, I'm okay with this. I just provided some additional parameters maybe to look at, because I knew that there is
I believe
this
that
spectrum
that
of,
has been outlined in the procedure to prevent that type of discrimination. I do not believe our administrative team would have brought us something that did not cover this type of discrimination. We actually have a ton of. Dr. Russell, do you want to help me here with the procedures? Do you feel like they're clearly outlined? Because I would love to be corrected if I am wrong.
Chair Taylor, I believe we have procedures to help give clarity to the district around the topic. It's a topic that clearly there are strong feelings both ways, and we need clarity in this district. And it's not an easy thing to wrestle through. We tried to come up with some clarity around this, and I know that is gonna not be enough for some. It's going to be enough for others. But I believe we do have some procedures that we can go forward and share with what our expectation is for the staff. And my job as a superintendent is to inform the staff around what are the expectations in the district around some of these topics. So we do have some of that. And again, I think weighing out, is that enough for some? Probably not. Is it enough for others? Probably so. And trying to find that balance is the hard part. I think that's where we could spend months doing that here. My concern is we got school started in August, and I would like to have clarity so that when we go this next school year, our staff knows what the expectations are.
we got handbooks to get to too.
Specifically, I had asked regarding this policy, like say that we did have a kid and they wanted to give a speech all about their gender. That would still be a possibility under free speech for that child. So these are all questions that I had asked because my goal is never to hurt a child. My goal is to make sure, because we're dealing with core beliefs. And so my goal in this is to make sure that we do have clear and understood language. And that's why I felt like our procedure was really helpful to introduce with this policy.
Chair Taylor, also Superintendent Russell, with procedures, they're always good for him to assess and make sure they're being implemented in the best way for the district. We could end up modifying them and updating the board, and then the board can choose if they wanted more. But it would be something that he could update any time. It doesn't go through the same process as a policy.
So I appreciate the procedure about referring them to a counselor if that question comes up. And I mean, that was my comment in the May meeting, is that we have something like that at the very least. No, I just, as I was thinking through this the last few days, I thought there's got to be a way we can kind of get to the same place with a balance there, which is some of the reasons for the suggestions. However, the policy, I mean, I've been for this policy since I first saw it.
I think that where you sit is how you'll read it. And it's unfortunate because I've read it a billion times. And where you sit in the line of that is how you'll read it. And it's difficult, I think, too, if in some ways these last few years have been the most egregious, especially growing up in Nampa, because these things just were, it never really felt like these were a part of our culture. You just liked everybody. You just knew everybody. Somehow you just knew everybody. But the need to define is there because at this point we are creeping into core values on each side. It is not for me to decide or dictate how another parent determines or decides to deal with what their child is going through, what their child is not going through, where their child is going to end up later in life. We need to provide safe spaces in the event that there is abuse. There is no question of that in my mind. Don't think I know. When my aunt told my grandpa she was gay, he kicked her down the hallway and then never talked to her again. So please don't ever come at me thinking that these aren't stories that have plagued my life. It's the truth is that these beliefs lie within our teachers as well. They lie within our teachers as well, not just somebody sitting here or out there. That's why it's important that these discussions are had where we get our core values from to the very best of our ability. But if abuse exists, it has to have an outlet. It is never okay to try to abuse your child.
Oh, we don't even need a policy for that. That's the law. So with this motion and second that's been, the motion is to approve this as a policy or just approve the second
That's a
reading?
second and final.
Second and final? Do you think
I
that?
won't break the tie. I just said that.
Okay,
Okay.
you've said that a few times.
I did. I want to be very clear.
I mean, what about clarification from legal on the liability if a teacher were to, or a student brought this to a teacher after this policy was placed? Can that be clarified after?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, I believe that can be clarified at any time. That's just for us to reach out to legal and ask around that. And that would pertain to not only this policy, but many discussions, that you deal with day to day.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have to ask.
All right, Chair.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. Okay, we are going to move to D, the ViewSonic panel box.
What?
Chair Taylor, trustees, we have Director Stauffer come forward. He's going to share with us a little about the
Dr. Russell,
ViewSonic.
hold on one second, Jenny.
Okay.
They want to leave. Yeah, Cody stands at the podium and look at all these people.
We all
running out of
leave.
the room.
Cody, I assure you it wasn't for you.
Trustees, I just updated in the recommended motion area, the recommended motion provided by Cody, if you choose to move forward. The recommended motion that you, in your memo, I put that in the board packet under recommended motion, if you guys choose that, just so you know.
You just put it in there?
It's right in that recommended motion under that tab.
All right, Chair Taylor, trustees, I have Mr. Krebs here and Director Stauffer to kind of share a little bit around ViewSonic panel boxes. So they're going to give us a lot of information on that.
Yeah, so we have, thank you first, but we have aging projectors and connection technology in our high schools that we need to get replaced. So we've been doing some research on what we replace them with, and the board memo kind of talks about it, but we found these ViewSonic panels, did a lot of research on them, had teachers take a look at them. And then the boxes, the smart boxes, are what would connect to the projectors at the high school level. So the panels would be at the elementary classrooms, and then the boxes would be on the projectors at high schools. And all of that can be tied into one system for emergency broadcasting, as well as digital signage, and they can use it in the classroom for their projecting. And you want to come and speak to it a little bit?
I was waiting for a demonstration. That's what
Well, I thought about bringing one. We have one across the hall. You can definitely check out. But
one of the unique things about this this technology is it is a manipulative technology where I can go up and manipulate it with my hands on the board. So as it is projected, icons or websites or curriculum are projected, we can maneuver it with our hands. Kids can actually write on it. The screen is recorded as well, so we can use the recordings and be able to provide notes for students as we have actually presented the course in the class. The students, we have multiple students can use it at one time as well, so they have the interface. So think of it as a whiteboard, electronic whiteboard on steroids. It has the capacity to screen record, it has the capacity to maintain drawings, pictures, internet. It's a multi-purpose tool that really helps us with some of the blended model learnings that we have been working on. Another component of that in our STEM academy in schools, part of the school that I was at was a STEM-focused school here at Sherman Elementary. We were able to do some things, and this would enhance it even more, our capacity to engage students in learning. Again, another factor I want to reiterate is its ability to record the screen so that we can use that for students who have missed a day that would like to review the notes for that day and not just having the paper copy. They could come back and just see what we have done on the board. Now, this is not recording the classroom. It's recording the keystrokes, and it's recording what's on the panel. So it's not a camera to the classroom. It is recording the actual screen. So just want to make that clarification.
This is awesome.
It really is an amazing tool for us to be able to use. Again, just stepping up our capacity to meet kids at where they're at and be able to help them both in the classroom and outside the classroom. So this is the proposal that Cody's been working through. We have done some embedded opportunities for teachers to look at it. We do have an example here in the district that we can also show you if you want to see it in live presentation form as well.
after we showed them, they were all asking when. So they are pretty excited about it. They will come on an adjustable stand to go. They'll be mounted on the wall because they are whiteboard also. They'll be on a stand that could lower enough for the kids to use it too.
So I got a question.
Yeah.
Do we need this?
We need to replace the age technology for the teachers to connect to the projectors or the TVs in their rooms. That's got to be replaced anyway. This is just the next level that I'm hoping for to get the greatest technology for our students. I have the opportunity because I have funding saved from some money that was saved through ECF.
How much does that money pay for?
That will pay for it all.
Mr. Taylor, Mr. Krebs, what you're saying is, as we know, technology tends to upgrade and age out. So with the devices that we currently have in our fleet, the ability to connect to the TVs and some of the projectors is going to get worse and worse as we move forward, so they won't be able to display.
Correct. I'll have to continue to replace those. The Unite system that's in our secondary schools, it just has not been very teacher friendly when we put that in years ago. And the kids have struggles connecting to it. So it's just not doing the purpose that we needed to do as well. But it is aging out. I'm not replacing something that still has life to it.
And we may add, these monies have to be spent on technology. There are specific parameters for it. These aren't monies that can be paralleled and put into my favorite pocket, operations, but it has to stay in the technology.
And how long do we have to spend that money?
Until it's gone. I get my state tech dollars replenished every year from the state of Idaho
And this money is specific to technology?
to technology in the
So
classroom.
it can
correct?
be anything technology in the classroom?
Yes.
Is this out of this year's funds or next year's?
This will be out of just ongoing each year because it's a lease proposal. It is a 7-year lease, but I did get 7 years worth of warranty on the boards
And a
to
dollar
protect our
buyout.
asset, and with the dollar buyout at the end. This is a 10-year board, so that's the other thing is that we'll be upgrading these, and so it'll be good for 10 years hopefully.
Chair Taylor, so Mr. Krebs, in 7 years, technology is going to age again. So if we lease, does the lease include our ability to kind of continue to upgrade with the next version, the next generation?
No.
Okay.
But at a dollar
That's a good
buyout,
question.
wouldn't these sell? Or am I understanding?
We could
correct?
resell
These are
them.
vibe boards, right?
Yes.
Like you record it, like these are cool.
Yeah, they
Like,
are.
right? Like if I'm correct about what these are, because we use, yeah.
It's like when you
Correct.
first saw a smart board.
Yeah, that's exactly.
They are,
and then
yeah,
they
they're
record the lesson
basically
too. Yeah.
a smart board
Yeah.
TV with
So
a lot more functionality. The teachers can also, the teachers can also control their laptops from the board. So they can be at the board at the whole time teaching and not be going back over and popping up something new.
Is there going to be training provided for all, because you get 430 of these, is that
Yeah.
right? How many classrooms is that?
So it's 430 of the panels and then it's 500 of the V boxes.
So would that put one?
That
in
would
the
be,
classroom?
across we'd have one system now, one way to connect, everything will be in one system.
Will there be a classroom in a school somewhere in the Nampa School District without one?
No.
Okay. I just had.
That was
I just had to
that was
rephrase
the other,
question.
that was the other thing that I really tried to do when I was working with STS on trying to get our pricing. And they were great to work with us on that, but I wanted a big impact because we used to have that model a lot where we would do one school this, one school that, and then I don't like that. I like the classrooms to be equal opportunity access to technology across the district, so.
So you find that one kid who can hack into the system and it goes to all 500 classrooms.
So
They could do that already if they were really good, so.
Trustee Taylor, one thing, and Board of Trustees, one thing I'd like to also add to this is that this money is, we are going to have to replace that technology that's existed anyway. And the price tag on that over the next 2 turns is the same price tag as this. So just to put that in consideration, this is not increasing the price tag of what we will have to do because the shelf life of projectors is only 3 to 5 years. So we're looking at something that's double the lifespan. So that's the other piece just to put out there as well, that this is not something that's increasing costs because we projected those numbers out in replacement of the current materials that we have as is what we're actually looking for in this new adoption over 2 cycles for the view boards for 1 cycle because they have double the lifespan. Right.
So would you say that this is the best way to handle that money?
Yes.
There's no other technological needs that we could use it for that would
I
provide
fill
better
those.
results?
I fill those as they come into as best as I can. Okay. The other thing, going back to the training, I just want to make sure that I answered that. They are supplying that once you guys give us approval, then we're going to start building out the deployment plan that doesn't affect student learning in any way. So if we can't get them all done, then we will be working at nights and stuff like that to get things installed so we don't interrupt the day. They have included a year-long training. So they have videos on demand, but they also have in person. We can do it in any model and we have an entire year to use it. Okay.
So I like it.
Trustees, I'll entertain a motion if there's no more questions.
I'll make a motion to have NSD work with Inside Investments to lease the ViewSonic view boards for each elementary classroom and the ViewSonic smart box for all the secondary classrooms.
I second it.
Okay, motion has been made in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, next up, Dr. Russell, we have 2023-2024 Union School Calendar.
Chair Taylor, Trustees, we have Miss Principal Prath, who will be coming up forward and just sharing with us a little bit around a school calendar change, and there's an action item I believe she has for that.
Am I wrong that we're losing this?
Chair Taylor, you're not wrong. This is Miss LaPrasse. Probably final week or so, she is moving up to Coeur d'Alene. She will be our principal up there, so we are going to miss her immensely. And Miss Guerrero is the lead, our new principal. She wasn't able to make it.
Give her a raise so she could stay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So for our for the union calendar, we had submitted 2 years and approved the 2 years. What we found this year is that we had our evening exhibitions early in May, which is similar to our finals. So all of our students present their learning 4 times every year at each quarter. And the staff and students and parents all gave us feedback at the 1st of May and said that that was far too early. There was still about 4 weeks left in the school year. And so the staff came together and proposed for us to bump those evening exhibitions back so it supports the student learning better. And so that's the modification that we are asking. And that's why we've resubmitted the calendar for next year.
I would like to make a motion. I want to move to approve the Union High School calendar for the year 2023 and 2024.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Trustees, next we have the master agreement possible ratification. Dr. Russell?
Yeah, Chair Taylor, trustees, before you is, I believe that link is working, let me double check. Oh gosh, it's not. I'm gonna have Mr. Yarbrough explain a little bit around the possible master agreement. Board Docs has just not been our friend this evening, so.
I think you can still post it, so.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Tyler.
Dr. Russell, Chair Taylor, trustees. I have 3 ladies here as well. They're going to come with me to help present. These ladies are part of the negotiation team for the Nampa Education Association. Ms. Shauna Alt, Ms. Leslie Dudman, Ms. Veronica Maple. They were part of our negotiations team and did a great job helping us work through the IBB process. I shared a bit of those things with you in executive session. Again, we did define some interests of recruiting and retainment, and that's how we approach the contract negotiations. What you see before you is the contract with the proposed changes for the 23-24 year. There are very minimal changes with the exception of Article 4, which Article 4 is a new section on evaluations, and what that does is provide some support for our administrators and our teachers on how we can conduct some evaluations for a number of purposes, getting to more consistency across our district, and then also, as I shared, some of the conversations about how the career ladder works for funding from the state. I would open up to these 3 ladies if they want to share anything about the process, and if you have any questions, we would stand for those after that.
Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Can I say something about, I have fun, I only attended half the sessions, but I was moved to a different committee. But I just, man, these girls know their stuff. And I really appreciated just being part of the process, even though I was there for a little bit. And I got to learn more about this weird negotiation thing that is so unique to me. So I'm grateful for you guys and your work.
I would echo those sentiments that I think as a team, we worked really, really well together. I'm Trustee Simpson, Trustee Bay. Other members of the team were John Crable from Skyview, John Coffey, NEA President, and from Nampa High, Will Barber, Skyview Principal, Nick Channer, Willow Creek Principal, and Elena Parsons from Greenhurst. And that group did a really good job. I would also be remiss if we didn't shout out Tammy Wallen, my assistant, who did a great job keeping track of notes entering for us. Again, we know that there are some issues with board docs and getting that information to you. The biggest changes, again, are that addition of Article 4 and then the updated salary schedules, which included, as I mentioned, a 5% bump on the supplemental salary schedule, as well as providing some additional positions for specific activities, and changing those activities were 7th grade football, middle school cheering competitions, middle school robotics, and then changing the marching band ratio from 50 to 1 to 30 to 1.
as well as the state additional monies that were provided. And we use those on the salary schedule as we have now. We have multiple conversations about if our salary schedule is the best model, and talked about continuing the conversation, negotiating into the future of addressing some of the issues we have with the state funding model from the career ladder. But those were the highlights from the negotiation, and we're pleased to put this before you for your consideration tonight.
Trustees, first I want to say I feel so soft on this. I really appreciate it too. I thought great work was done. I thought it was communicated very effectively. But then again, I got to talk to Mr. Yorba for the last few weeks. So I loved it. I was overly impressed at the way you guys handled the monies. It was so confusing the way it was handed down. Like it was just, I was really worried just about that whole thing and the way it was presented. I loved what you guys did. So like I said, I feel very, very good with the changes, the agreement, so on and so forth. But trustees, if there are any other trustees that have questions, or we can entertain a motion at this time.
If I can say something, Chair. I've only been in this seat for 1.5 years, and I have learned that teachers are overworked, and for the work that they do, they're underpaid. No matter which way you look at it, it's a difficult job, and it only gets harder. Not only that, but we're putting policies in place that could be making it harder for a lot of them, because we're trying to make it a safe environment and just focus on studies. And because of that, I am in total agreement with what they've done, and I am grateful for that. It makes sense to me.
I believe that we have teachers within our district, and I know earlier I spoke to some of the worst case scenarios, but I believe that we have teachers in our district that regardless of what this board does, they'll get the job done and they'll get kids handled and taken care of and kept safe. That's how I feel.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry,
No, absolutely, go ahead.
I move that we ratify this contract for the 2023-2024
I second
school
that.
year.
Okay.
And I speak to my motion.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm changing it up a little bit.
Please
but,
do, speak to it.
One, been a part of this process, and it was such a good process. Such a great team of people. And I just want to, especially from the governor saying everybody's, you get a car, you get a car, right? Like kind of attitude of this, and this team worked and came back and had tough conversations and hard dialogue, right? But kept the focus on how do we attract and retain our good quality teachers, and did awesome work. One thing I do want to also say, and a gentleman spoke about, Mr. Huber, that spoke in the budget hearing. I might be saying his last name wrong. I apologize.
Huber, yeah.
But he did talk about, focusing on the things, and money should go towards those things. One thing that we dialogued a lot about in our discussions was putting our supplemental contracts possibly on the supplemental levy where they belong. Our state does not fund extracurricular activities, as sad as that is. And every single one on the team finds value in those and knows that our kids find value and our families in the community find value to those things. But I believe, and Mr. Dewey, please correct me if I misstate, but I believe an estimate is our supplementals are about 1.1, sorry, thank you. I was rounding up and I didn't need to.
After this, it'll be 1.25.
$1.25 million. And if those were on our supplemental levy and our community wants those things to be there that are supplemental, that would free up 1.25 that we can put into educating students and just in our general fund and our discretionary. Not all of it would be discretionary, I guess I should say, but in those areas. So I wanted, moving forward, this board has some things to think about as far as the next supplemental levy and what we want to do, and just wanted to share the thoughts from our team that came forward.
Hey, I need to say something. And I mentioned this before when we were talking about the contract. What was it earlier today? I can't even remember what I don't feel comfortable ratifying something that I have not read. And I did not have a chance to read this. I'm not saying there's anything in there that's untoward or, trying to slide one by. But I remember last year when we first got on this board, that seemed to be the one thing that we talked about more than anything is no more pencil whipping. Why are we just ratifying stuff that we're not reading? You three got to read the contract.
We understand.
I did not.
But
But here's a motion on the table to approve it, to ratify it, and it's been seconded. Do you think it's going to go through? Probably. It's going to be 3-1 because this trustee did not have an opportunity to read the contract. Can we put this off till tomorrow, or we're going to have a special meeting next week? So
Yes, and I apologize that, sorry, maybe you should have spoken
that's where I
before
was
I
headed,
made
but-
a motion, and I apologize for that. I will withdraw my motion. Will you withdraw your
I will not
second?
withdraw my second because it's our responsibility if we don't have something to ask for it.
What?
Yeah, if you didn't have it in your inbox by Friday, you could have.
I got it today before the meeting. And it was a board docs issue. It wasn't a staff. I'm not blaming anybody. It was a board docs issue of not being there. So I disagree with your argument on that, but
Okay. So
You can always amend a motion. You could amend the motion.
yeah, I'm gonna amend, I make a motion to amend Trustee Simpson's motion to table this to next Monday or Tuesday's meeting.
can we do that without a withdrawn second? That is my only question.
It needs a second.
I second.
But wait,
Trustee
I just want to
motion.
ask really quick. The motion was withdrawn, but the second
The
was not.
motion was never withdrawn.
That's why I'm asking.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
So the first motion is still on the table. Okay, so
We need to vote on.
we need to vote on it, correct?
Hold on. We have a second to amend the motion to table the special meeting. We have a motion and a second.
Correct.
So we can
first,
vote to amend or
we have to
not.
vote to approve the amendment,
Okay,
and then that would be the motion on the table.
and our special meeting is next week.
It will be.
And you seconded the amendment already,
You have
correct?
to approve the amendment.
So, but not the first motion is my question. I'm backing up. So do I need to approve the first motion and the amendment? Okay.
Just the amendment.
Okay, so motion has been amended and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 3-1.
No.
Oh, sorry, motion,
We
Vote.
voted to amend it, so
Amend it.
now we have to actually vote
Okay.
on the motion. and
amended,
discuss the
got it. Okay,
Can I
Yeah.
speak to my?
I will make a motion then, since we voted to amend it, so I'm
Hold
gonna.
on.
No, you've already made
It's on
it.
the table.
It's already on the table.
Oh,
Yep. okay. So go ahead, Mindy. Were you gonna speak?
I think.
Oh, Trustee Bynum.
was going to.
I totally believe I know, I just think that we're postponing the inevitable. We're still gonna pass it, and it's just a little things in there that really, I just think we're wasting time, but you can amend anything you want.
Okay, motion has been amended. Spoken to,
And I
please. Yes.
I totally understand both sides. I just,
I do too.
because of the technology issue, I'm not trying to put anything off,
I would agree.
but I feel like if trustees are not in a place to vote, because they didn't have the information, it's very important for us to make solid and good decisions. And I don't have, I apologize, because I know you had commented on that earlier, so I apologize, Trustee Kirkman, that's kind of slipped my mind. I just got wrapped up in the excitement of all of it, and
I thought you were going
it's
with
June
line facing
19th, and we're excited that we're done negotiating, and possibly we have a tentative agreement, I guess. We may not be done, depending on what happens. But so in that's what I don't want to communicate to anyone, that we're trying to stall, but I want to give you adequate time to make a decision that you feel good about.
And I appreciate that, and to the hard work that all of you guys put into this. I just want to make sure that I have an opportunity to read through the contract, and I just have not. So it has nothing to do. It's not that I don't trust the staff. It's not that I don't trust the work that you did in the committee. I just again, I don't feel comfortable voting on something that I have not reviewed. I tried to get through it from there to here, but it just didn't get all the way through.
Can I just before, depending on if this passes, but in 4.7 weighting, this last line, weighting of one or more components, so.
Yep. There's a critical change of, there's two O's rather than an O than an or. So
Yeah.
there's two
Oh,
O's.
well, good. That's a good thing.
Which is not a negotiated thing that needs to be figured out, but yeah.
Chair Taylor, trustees, if I may, just again, another piece of information. The NEA did unanimously ratify on Friday. So again, as we get to our next meeting, just wanted to share that piece of information as well.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, now you can vote. Okay. Okay. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion has been made to table and move to the, okay.
Yes.
Aye.
Okay. Aye. Okay.
All opposed?
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Motion passes 3-1. All right, so really quick, Dr. Russell, as we move down, does, it means that I cannot be completed, is that correct?
Chair Taylor, that is accurate.
Okay. So trustees, yes, seeing that I can't make a motion, I want to throw out the suggestion that when we get to I, if somebody could table that to the master agreement ratification. Okay, we'll go to G.
Chair Taylor, trustees, before you tonight is the proposed salary schedules for our classified. And it says administrators, and administrators as well, I'm sorry, because yet that's not part of the master agreement. So those are our proposed salary schedules. You can see the variety in there of where they're at, and would like to get those approved so that we could have that prepared to make the appropriate increases in those departments.
Okay, I just have one comment, and that is also, I was thoroughly impressed with how negotiation takes all salary schedules. Just that this is always a topic of discussion, that everybody wins, and understanding how important all of our staff is. So I just wanted to shout that out to your guys' team that already left, but that was amazing as well. Okay. All right, trustees, any comments, or I'll approve a motion, or I'll accept a motion?
I move that we approve the salary schedules as listed for 2023, 2024 for classified administrators and classified supervisors.
I second that.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. All right, we'll now go ahead and move to H, administrator director contracts.
Chair Taylor, trustees, similar. These would be our administrators' contracts and directors for the next school year. I propose to have those approved.
Okay, I'll entertain questions or a motion.
Yeah, questions or comments, thoughts, something like that, Chair Taylor. Going through this list, it looks like, and I'm looking at this through the prism of our upcoming budget and some of the challenges that we might be facing. And it looks like there's quite a bit of increase in these salaries from last year. Like, I don't know, average about 10% or so. Maybe a little less in some, maybe a little more. I'm not saying that these aren't warranted. I just wonder if, given what might be on the horizon with our budget, if it's something that should be reconsidered. Now, is this money that has to be spent on salary? That would be my next question.
And yes, I second his, I want to hear that answer to that because I was thinking basically the same thing.
Chair Taylor, trustees, so the proposal is about a 6% increase, and that was to continue to be around market value so that we can stay competitive. Again, thinking about the idea of retention and recruitment with teachers, the same thing with administrators and directors. I think the dollar amount, I'm going to look at Mr. Dewey. I want to say the dollar amount was around a couple $100,000 to the increase. Is it a large amount? Yes, when you're looking at the millions upon millions of dollars in the 4 areas, and I weigh that out versus the recruitment and retention piece, to me, it's money that will keep us competitive in the market. But Mr. Dewey, could you give us the direct dollar amount?
Right off the top of my head, I apologize. I don't know that right off the top of my head. But the one thing about it is the state did give us a base increase of the administrators as well. The only thing that actually hit us a little bit is because of our decline in units because of our ADA stuff. Other than that, we'd actually be right on line with our administrative. And these are actually this administrative increases are actually less than the percentage that we were given for both our teachers and our classified staff as well.
So on that note then, if the decrease in units, shouldn't the increase in pay correspond?
So the issue that we're having right now with our decreasing units is the same issue we have with our teachers because we did not go down in the number of administrators. We're actually moving up in administrators because of our ESSER stuff that we're doing for our vice principals and deans as well. So because we haven't right-sized yet, because we're hoping that this next year we will have that movement, we actually wanted to try to keep everybody to where we normally would be in order to maintain a flat structure. And the moment in time we do have to make that change next year, those are going to be much different conversations for both teachers, administrators, classified, everything across the whole district if we do remain as an ADA funding package for the state.
What was the increase that administrators received last year and the year before that? Do you remember?
Greg, you would probably know more than I am that one.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Vai, last year, the administrator increase was around 7 to 8%, and that was after doing a market analysis of where we were compared to other school districts. We were extremely low in the elementary principal salaries. We were extremely low in the high school vice principal salaries. And so we looked at trying to increase that last year to get more competitive. And the last 2 years have been around a 14% increase based on that. So it was based on a market analysis.
And once again, I am not saying that these are not warranted. I mean, I know our administrators and our principals, our vice principals, they do some incredible work. I just, it's the budget thing. I just worry. I mean, even just taking this list, and if down the road we're facing some budget shortfalls, and I don't even, well, if it's a contract, see that they're locked into a contract, and we wouldn't be able to do a holdback or anything like that on the salary, would we, if it's a contract?
So Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, our administrators are on 1-year contracts. So, they're 1 year, they're not guaranteed continuing, that kind of thing. So there is that if there needs to be a downsizing. In the past, when we experienced the financial crisis about 10 years ago, administrators absolutely had their pay docked. I was a part of that. So it's possible, and if we have to do furlough days, that can be passed on to administrators as well, and sometimes that amount can be different. I mean, certified staff can take a certain percentage, administrators could take more, and we could vary it that way, but it can be done. Not that we want to go there. I'm not trying to state that, but to answer the question.
Can you let the board know how you budgeted to be able to afford these salaries through this next year?
Can you explain your question?
Well, obviously the budget's done and you know that this isn't going to put us in a deficit, and I definitely hear the board, right? Because we've talked about some huge pitfalls, so it makes perfect sense. But obviously, this is something that you've budgeted for this upcoming year.
Correct.
Right. So can you let us all know the good news about how this is?
Well, the good
done?
news, it all fits in.
Yeah,
trust
yeah,
me.
so, yeah.
So one thing to remember is we actually, I mean, you think about the size of our institution, we only have, I think it's 48 administrators in total that are funded by general funds. So when you're looking at these prices, it's not like there's a huge increase in total dollar amounts. The dollars look like a lot. If we had hundreds and hundreds, then it would be exponentially more to do this, which is why it's hard to give because we have so many teachers. When we have a large amount, it's millions of dollars to do this. The state did give us an increase. I believe it was a 4% increase on the base as well. And so they did give that increase to provide additional raises for ours. But like I said, normally, if we didn't have ESSER funds this year coming up, and if we knew we were going to stay in the ADA, we would be doing a lot of other different type of cutting, and the number of administrators would be a difference. The amount we pay administrators has to be somewhat market value because those are the only way to retain. Now, what we're talking about is on a budget crunch. We're looking at now, do we need the number of schools we have? Do we need the number of administrators we have? We have a lot more conversations to have on that. And to me, this amount in $120 million budget, the $200,000 is really quite minimal in what we're looking at. And it easily fits within the budget that we've got for that.
Well, and what I hear is not minimal, but is valuable in the retention. Is what I hear when you're talking about is that you just wait, right? Because you talk numbers so well, but what you said in all of that was that it's valuable in the retention efforts that we are this makes us more competitive. So it makes a lot more sense to stay with this. And every time you warn me of the budget, what I hear is that you're prepared. What you're trying to do is say, here's what we have for now, and this is what this will do for us. But I'm letting you know about this because I don't want there to be any surprises because you are so budget conscientious. So that's what I hear when you are talking to us, that you're really mentally preparing us for it. So I definitely think that we're aware of it, that you made this going into that. With that understanding, this salary schedule was something you felt like we could uphold.
Yes, you are correct. You said it a lot better than I would say.
Thank you, sir.
Jerry, if I could
Absolutely, yes,
say
Trustee
something.
Biden.
I'm just thinking about the older guy that was talking, the only one that talked about the budget. And he wants us to be very fiscal oriented, and we make sure that the money goes towards education, and we make it, go a long ways for our kids. For some reason in my head, I feel more comfortable with a 3% raise and a 6% to the administrators that were talked about, like the vice principals and the other group. To me, that makes sense. If from seeing that list, nobody's starving for money, everybody's doing well. There's a lot of good income being made, and I mean that. And if that's the market value, that's the market value. And I'm not saying you don't deserve it because there's a lot of work that goes into this. But yeah, that's where my thought is that. And that 7% from last year, 7 to 8%, that probably doesn't count the bonuses that were received either. So I have a difficult time with this for some reason. I want to send the right message to the public, and I don't know.
Well, and also, and I struggle with this every year I see this salary schedule, I struggle because I know the work that the administrators do. But then we talk about how we don't have enough paraprofessionals, or we don't have enough support staff. And, even with this current schedule that's proposed tonight, even if you were to just cut 10% off of the total there's $575,000 that I don't know could possibly go to. And if someone is going from $110,000 to $113,000 or $123,000 or something to that effect, that's a big jump. And what message does that send to the support staff in our schools? I mean, that's what I struggle with. again, it's not that that administrators don't deserve this. And the market rate, it seems like all I hear in order to retain administrators is to give them more money. And I 100% think that that's not always the case. Maybe we need to start looking at other things to retain the talent. It's not just about the money. But anyway, those are my thoughts. I worry about the message it sends to the staff that we don't have enough of, and the budget in the future. But anyways, my thought.
It's not for lack of being fiscally responsible. It's not for lack of not understanding money. I truly believe that I in this last year, I've become more okay with these salary schedules. I've become more okay with the raises in these positions because these are core positions, and it really hurts us when somebody leaves. And I just think that, especially this climate, it's like I believe that we need to retain good administrators, and this is another year that I would be willing to, and within my own organizations, have continued to give raises. So I hear you both and have been there. This year, that is just not my concern, but we're supposed to be different and have differing opinions. And I appreciate, we are. But I appreciate, yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah, but I appreciate that you do bring that up, because I don't think that, listen, I think that I can't remember his last name, so I'm gonna go with Don, the older gentleman that came in. Yeah, Huber, thank you. I think that it's important to hear what those things are, and I definitely think that we need to be watching money. I just don't feel like that it applies here. I really want to retain our administrators.
I get it. So what you're saying is the only way we can retain them is to give them more money?
I actually think that we have made.
That's a big part.
Yeah,
Don't
I
get me
think
wrong.
that we have,
Don't
I
get
would
me wrong,
actually
but-
tell you that we have made multiple strides and efforts. And in my opinion, I think that not only money, but I think that we're trying other ways. And I think that we have had more collaboration this last year. I think that our administration is jiving. I think that we are putting right people in right seats as we make moves. I see a lot more functional things happening. So I actually think it's a trifecta. I don't think it's just money, because I would never throw money at a problem. But I think that we're throwing other things like solutions. And I think also, like with the procedures that we're seeing with policy, all of this is a sign of a healthy administration. To me, this is just to me. And I totally get that it's totally okay, but it's just to me.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to move to postpone action on this item until we get a list or another, what do you call this? Another salary schedule for the administrator and director contracts that is based on the things that we have talked about in our concerns.
I think it might need to be a little more clear.
Yeah. I'm not totally sure.
How can I be more?
Can I seek your clarification? I believe that the board just approved salary schedules as listed, classified administrators and classified supervisors. I believe the administrative class salary schedule that you guys approved at the last action aligns with the contracts that are presented to you. I think you might want to verify that information.
I don't think that, why would that be
Is
there?
Gwen in here?
Nope.
Randy, do you know, I think I
You said
definitely know the
Gwen's
answer to this, but I believe the salary schedule that was approved in action item, salary schedules, administrators
And classified
and
supervisors.
classified supervisors
Right.
Yeah, because those were
is
part.
the,
It shouldn't have been.
no, because you have to do both. You have to approve a salary schedule and then you have to approve
then you have to
contracts with
approve
me.
contracts.
Contracts that you're.
And then the
actually
contracts
have.
underneath after the salary schedule.
And so you guys already approved the salary schedule for the next year. Now, the action item is the actual contracts, because it also has the terms.
For the person.
Yes, so if you look in the terms, there are a few legally okay. So it has the terms, the name, and the actual amount. So it showed the salary schedule, which I don't have access to show you, but it would, you approved it at the last action item, and it's where they would be placed on.
I get what you're saying.
Okay.
Right.
Do you guys get what she's saying?
Well, I get what you're saying,
So this was
but why the clarification? I knew that this is a whole
Tyler,
separate
can
action
you bring
I
up
think I'm
that
seeking clarification because he was
certified administrator
asking
salaries
to postpone
schedule, please?
I get what you're saying now.
certificated
So
contracts
So we
until
approve this.
new salary
So
schedules were
this is,
I get why you're
presented.
saying
this is how we
That's
place
specifically.
them.
And there wasn't a
And
motion, he
then
was just trying
the
to
next
articulate
thing
it.
is just the contracts with the specific
the
people's name, but this is where they fall on that salary schedule that we already approved.
So what she's saying is that now the only motion that you can make can't be with the salary schedule, but it can be with the contracts
specific
themselves.
to this list.
Specific to the list.
And in here it says that I can make a motion to approve, deny, or
The contract.
Would be
amend.
specific people on the contract.
It'd be the specific contracts.
So you'd have to say, I don't want this person to get a contract.
Can't say it.
Or this position,
Or-
or
yeah.
I'd like to have it limited to.
I don't want to fill this position.
Or altogether,
Wow.
which if it is, does not pass, if this particular item does not pass, then it goes back to the district staff to just rework it and bring it back again,
Is
correct?
that true?
I don't think it's quite like that.
I don't, yeah, it's not
Right.
like that, cause the
If
you
we-
approve the salary schedule and it's where are they placed on it? And we approved the salary schedule, so these people have a location on that salary schedule that we just approved, which gives them that dollar amount.
I need to get paid for this. Somebody needs to put my name in there.
Chair Taylor, I think
It's
Trustee
crazy.
Simpson's accurate. It's where the qualifications, where the individuals were. I don't believe you can change that qualification without changing the salary schedule.
Kate,
So is there a motion?
there is not. He wasn't able to make the motion because of the
Didn't get it all
clarification of the
out?
salary. Well, it was the way that it was worded so that we could clarify.
And sorry, trustees, I only saw out clarification because trustee Bellier was wanting some assistance with a possible motion, so I was just trying to help you.
No,
I understand.
that's
that.
what you
I
had to do.
understand that, and thank you. I truly feel like not that you don't deserve it, because you guys all do, but there's people in there that are dealing with kids that are disabled, that are dealing with kids that are in need, and there's need.
I know, but I think you're missing,
I know.
you're missing the essential part of who that support person is for that person, and that support person is also dealing with that kid. I mean, I have spent and plan to over my 4-year term, just 4 years. But I have spent so much time in the schools that I can't tell you how many times I have an administrator with the teacher, with the child, and then that administrator still has all of their work to do. And then I'm texting with them at like midnight because they just got off work, and I'm like, no, you're
So-
good.
Madam Chair, let me make a motion then. I'll make a motion that
I'm sorry, administrators, but I can't. So because we all voted on the prevailing side of the last issue, if one of you chose to revisit that issue, but I really just hope you don't, like, let this be a happy accident. But if you chose to,
I think his motion is.
but I know, but I want you to know this is the process and this is how you can choose to amend something. We all voted on the prevailing side. So if one of you chose to revisit that motion, we can do so.
Yeah. So I appreciate that. My motion is that we approve the administrative contracts as presented by staff.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed?
No, but I appreciate the discussion. I think it's important to have this
Did we
discussion.
did you vote?
I don't know what to say.
Okay, so I you have to, do you want to
I'm an
abstain?
aye. I'm gonna go for it.
Okay, I move that we table certified staff contracts until our special meeting.
A second? Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, that takes us through our action items and we are gonna go into,
Can I take a restroom break?
yep, let's take a break. Let's take a break. We're gonna take a 5-minute health break.
Too much.
Oh,
You didn't
Christy,
think,
did you take my notes?
you didn't think this was gonna be a short meeting?
Oh, gosh, I put them away. I put my agenda away, yes. Oh my gosh.
Like you were leaving.
Actually, it's like, I thought for a second, but I'm obviously not. Okay, we are gonna move into the information portion. Dr. Russell?
Yep, Chair Taylor, trustees, Ms. LaPrath from Union High School will be coming up once again, and part of this will just a quick update around Union's goals and the progress throughout the year. This is something, part of their, it is late, sorry, my mind is shot too, but it's part of their innovation agreement that they need to come and report to the board. So Ms. LaPrath will be sharing that with us briefly.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Taylor and Board of Trustees, Dr. Russell. I appreciate you giving us this time for me to share the successes and the goals as well for Union for next year. And I believe I shared the presentation. Perfect. And Tyler, if you don't mind being my perfect, you can move right on to the next one. Perfect. So some of the highlights that I'm going to share, some of the highlights and successes we've had. There have been some areas that we realize we need to grow in, and also our goals for next year. So some of the successes that we've had this year are focused around internships, a parent onboarding program that we began, and some academic growth that we have had. So we were really excited this year. We reached our highest ever percentage of students that were in internships this year. It was 98% of our students obtained internships outside in the community this year, and that's grades 9 through 12. So yeah, we were super excited about that. We also had over 50% of our 8th grade students that opted to get internships, and also did at the 8th grade level. We give them and their parents the option, if they want to, they can. And we had a large majority of them that did opt into that internship program as well.
What kind of an internship as an 8th grader did?
We actually had some really fantastic internships. We had one that was with a roofing company and got some experience with roofing. We had one that was down at a pet shelter in Boise. That's a student that actually commutes from Mountain Home and stays in Boise during the week and with a parent, and so it was very convenient for her. We had another student that was in an elderly care facility. We had one. You guys are testing my memory now.
That's okay.
That's pretty cool. Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
I'm just thinking, I think this is awesome, by the way. I'm just thinking, if a student gets hurt while doing roofing, is that a liability of the employer that's helping them, or is it the school?
So we work through with the school district's insurance, Kaikachi law offices, and provide the workman's comp through, since it is part of their schooling. And we have had a few minor little incidences here and there, and they've been really great to work with. All right, so the other super exciting thing, we, as a school, we implemented a staff onboarding and a student onboarding years ago, where we helped new staff members learn about Union and how we do things at Union. We also have a week-long student onboarding that they do when they come to us, where they learn about the structures and internships and how we function at Union. And it was kind of a big aha to us that we've never done this with parents, and parents need that same training so that they know how to support their students. So we began a parent onboarding in January of this year. We completed 4 sessions. So every month we take a new group of students, and the first night that those new students would start, I would stay and do an onboarding session with all of the parents that helped answer any questions. We taught them about the internship process, exhibitions, restorative practices, learning goals, our 5 learning goals, and then our attendance policy, because the implementation of it looks slightly different.
How well was that attended?
I had parents attend every single session. And so it was really fun. It was something new for me, and I had always, as a goal this year for myself, as a principal, I had wanted to create more parent involvement and parent communication. So I was super excited that we were able to do this.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Another goal that we had this year was to really recognize our mentors in the community. And so we've always had a mentor appreciation dinner, but it's been very small and we've had a really hard time getting attendance. As you know, mentors are really busy. And so we were super excited that we had our largest and most successful mentor appreciation dinner this year with over 60 mentors and community members attending, as well as lots of staff and students. And so it was great to see the community come and be recognized for the wonderful support that they give to our students. So this is an area that we, the leadership team addressed that they're going to work on again next year, because we did see a slight dip in the feedback from our staff around climate and culture. We've had a significant uptick since I became principal in 2019. It did tick down just a little bit this year. One of the well, not necessarily a factor, but looking back on it, the timing was not spectacular when this survey was given to staff. It was given to staff right before they went to spring break and the day that they found out that I was leaving. And so that was not very,
it's probably because you're leaving.
it was not very smart on our part. And so, but they have talked about things that they want to address coming back in the fall to be able to help kind of bolster that climate and culture again. So we had some really positives and some not so great pieces with our graduation rate this year. So, but this was also a piece that we had kind of predicted going into this year. We predicted that our 4-year graduation rate was going to decline and our 5-year graduation rate was going to drastically increase, which did come to fruition. So we had our highest ever 5-year graduation rate and our lowest since starting 4-year graduation rate. Looking to the future and looking at our cohorts that we currently have, I predict that next year those two, the 5-year and the 4-year, will come closer together. So there'll be a little bit of an uptick in the 4-year and a little bit of a downtick in the 5-year. I do believe that what we're still seeing is some of the after effects of COVID. So it was great to see ISAT data this year. We have some highlights. I think one of the real highlights for us was our 8th grade ISAT scores. So there was a significant increase in both ELA and math with our 8th grade students this year, which we're really excited about, to be able to see that we're seeing that growth in them, and we're hoping that that will continue. And overall, our math was stronger than our ELA, which that was a focus that we had this year, was really math interventions. And so it was great to see. We still have a lot of growth to have here, or there's a lot of opportunity for growth. But it was nice to see that some of our efforts were really beginning to pay off.
I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on that, but why is such a disparity between 7th and 8th grade? Both in ELA and math.
Disparity as in, in the number of proficiency.
Yeah. And it's only 1 year, so I just wonder if there's any.
And I haven't looked, this was overall data. What I will say is we do have in our 6th and our 7th grades cohorts, we do have a higher population of IEP students than we do in some of our other cohorts. And so that is a piece of it that could impact it. Mm-hmm. So another exciting piece for us this year was Union was one of 3 Nampa schools to show growth between 2018 and 2022 in the Idaho school rankings. And so what they are looking at there is they're looking at the ISAT proficiency, ELA growth, the 5-year graduation graduation rate, and the college and career readiness enrollment. And so that was the high school end. So those are grades 9 through 12. So what they were really looking at there was the 5-year graduation rate and the college and career readiness. And so we were excited to see that we did have growth in those areas and overall in the whole entire state.
So what's the 47?
Oh, now you're quizzing me.
And the 327 up 8. I'm assuming
Yes.
You moved up 8 spots.
Correct. We moved up 8 spots and 80 spots. And I'm sorry, pardon me?
It's the overall ranking.
Oh. The overall ranking is the far right. I don't remember what the 47 is.
All schools.
All schools. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Very good.
So next steps, we met as a leadership team, both with our current leadership team and the new leadership team that will take over next year. We analyzed multiple pieces of data, both qualitative and quantitative, and really determined what we wanted our goals to be for next year. We're focusing on school-wide interventions, improving our attendance and engagement, and also really creating some celebrations that recognize that engagement and academic piece. There were two specific goals that they came down to, and one that we really wanted to, so we piloted some intervention programs, both last year and this year, and we've seen success with those. And so as a team, they want to now really implement those school-wide. So we're looking to have 50% of our general education students will grow one bandwidth in either STAR or math, and in both reading and math during the next school year. So if they are in urgent intervention, we're wanting to see that they're moving to intervention. If they're in intervention, they're moving to just almost at grade level. And if they're almost at grade level, they're moving to grade level. And then we're wanting to see 90% average daily attendance for the 23-24 school year, which we would love to have it higher. And we shoot for higher, but we also are realistic in the fact that many of our students that come to us have attendance issues to begin with. And so many of them are coming to us with double and even triple digit absences. And so just looking at trying to get them to improve in attendance is really what we're looking at there. We created that goal based off of our average daily attendance over the past few years, and we pushed ourselves in that area. It was in the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's achievable.
Mm-hmm. That's what the leadership team felt as well. Yep. We also looked back at years when we were funded on average daily attendance and what our average daily attendance was when we had a similar enrollment number as what we currently have as well. So we kind of took some older data and more recent data to determine that. And that is all that I have for you this evening. Do you guys have questions or comments?
I truly appreciate, I'm sorry. Madam
Yes, please,
Chair,
Trustee.
I truly appreciate what you guys are doing in there. I went to the graduation, and that to me was just beautiful. And the opportunity that these kids have, I have an autistic son, so I know the problems that he had going to school. If he would have gone to something like this, it would have been a totally different story. And I'm grateful for the opportunity that we have to be a leader in this state, because I believe we are.
Yes.
You guys do an awesome job, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll be missed. You'll be
Thank you.
missed, Mrs. LaCroix. You really will.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Great job. Great job.
I asked all my questions through the presentation. I apologize for that.
No, you're good.
Josh is full of questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Russell, policy 3010. Sorry.
Chair Taylor,
Sorry.
happy to talk about 3010, but before we do that, we're gonna have
Sorry,
Mr.
guys.
Stauffer do a real quick update on the opt-in process. Again, if you recall back in May and April from some of the discussions we had around informing parents about student schedules, we did send that out the last week of May, and I think we have a little bit of data to share with you.
Trustee Taylor, Board of Trustees, thank you, Dr. Russell, in setting that up. That is accurate. We just want to give you a little bit of information of where we stand currently, about 2.5 weeks into the opt-in process. We have about 2.5 weeks left. We have been pushing out reminders every week. And the data that I'll show you is just the raw data, and I have a few graphs. Here's the raw data for the overall school. I know it's a little bit hard for the school district. It's a little bit hard to see. We did distribute over 3,800 of the course selection list to parents, excuse me, and then we requested them to fill out the opt-in form. We had over 1,300 parents who have completed that. Out of those 1,300, roughly 1,200 have approved, and we have about 160 that did not approve, that we need to work on those schedules with those parents individually. The part that the bigger piece is that we contacted over 7,300 parents. And again, with that, we know that 1,536 parents have viewed all of our requests. So we have about 41% that have actually gone in and looked at it. We've only had 33.6% of parents complete the process, but we're seeing that number tick up a little bit. We did get our biggest push that first week that we sent it out. We are getting a lot of good information from it. Most of the anecdotal components we're seeing is a lot of open periods or requesting not to have open periods. We're seeing that there's just been some schedule snafus that between the parents and the kid and the selection. So we're seeing those and we're starting to catch those from that process, we're starting to see it work. We're also seeing, again, predominantly most of our parents are approving and seeing what their kids are taking. So that's it in a nutshell. I do have some other quick graphs that I can show you. We made some interactive graphs. So here's the breakdown between current grade levels. These are our 8th grade parents, and just how our graphs went out. They're a little bit out of order. So here's our 9th grade, here's our 10th grade, here's our 11th grade parents. And again, completed, if you look at this percentage versus that one, you can kind of see that we still have 70% of parents that have not completed the form at this point in time. So every Friday we are sending out a reminder to only those parents who haven't completed. So we're working on just those parents so they're not getting inundated with other alerts.
I keep forwarding mine to my wife. So.
And she did fill it out, by the way. I have seen
I'm a test. I want to see how long it takes Ryan to notice. It's a test.
Yes.
It's a test.
It's a test. So with that, we just wanted, if there's any questions that you may have with the process, it is seeming to do what it is supposed to.
Yeah.
There are some glitches that we've been able to work through, but we predicted there would be a few in this new process and how quickly we put it together. But predominantly, it is doing what we asked it to do.
No surprises there, huh?
Are you satisfied with the results right now?
Well, I'm satisfied with.
Never satisfied.
Yeah, you're setting me up. I appreciate that. I think I'm satisfied with our process. What I can't control is, as much as I'd like to, is the interaction that we have with parents. We can only inform and inform and inform. And so from that standpoint, I believe that we're doing a good job of informing and getting information out for parents. Again, that number, about that 42% of parents have actually opened up our communication. To me, that's a good number. That's higher than what I predicted, that people are actually looking at our correspondence. I'd like to see that other number tick up. Obviously, we'd love to see 100% on both of them. Oh, I'm doing that. Which one did you want to see?
Oh,
I'm controlling.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
So
I should have known. Let's go back to the numbers, the first numbers.
Sure. I'll go to the raw data.
I'll let you go. Mine's a comment.
There's the raw
Yeah,
data.
go ahead. I just
Well,
want
I was just gonna say, I feel like, I honestly feel like this board sometimes is like, can you turn water to wine? Like, I really feel like sometimes we ask you things that are like a lot. And the fact that you not only listened, executed so quickly, found a way to work with what we have, I am elated. And the fact that you have like 40% that have already responded, and to the tune that I mean, I was getting interactions from parents of like, what is this? What is this? What is this? And some didn't know how to use it, but once the light bulb went on, they loved it. And I just think that this is a phenomenal communication tool to really re-engage parents. And I have really hoped that post 2020, and I know that a lot of your administrative team is on board with re-engaging parents. I loved this initiative just as a parent. And so I want to say thank you. I think you're a highly talented individual, and I watch you do things all the time. And I'm like, man, I wish I could do that. So, I mean, in my opinion, kudos to you, your team, that fast execution. I mean, I thought next year, and the fact that you're already doing this, it's just insane to me sometimes how swiftly and effectively you move.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman
And your
Taylor.
team. I know your team.
My team
I know
has
your
a
team.
lot to do
Tyler?
with this. I do. We have a really good team.
Yes, we do.
I think there's some unsung heroes behind this as well. So we
Sure.
have a lot of counselors that
I
put a
believe
lot
that.
of time
Yes.
and energy into this.
Yes.
We've also had all of those teachers who got our website and our course
Yes.
descriptions and all that put together, which was
Which
huge
is
because
insane.
that was the part that was addressed a little bit
Yeah.
earlier, is getting those course descriptions, getting the information
And
of the
that's what I'm
classes
talking
out.
about. So I'm
It
glad
was
that you're
really-
breathing life to it, because I
Yep.
saw what an endeavor that was.
Mhm.
And I'm so glad that you're talking about all those efforts, because I was astonished that you guys were going to have it. I mean, I'm talking like astonished.
No, it's a great team
Obviously
effort.
just
Thank
me,
you.
but astonished.
That's very telling that raw data. That's what I was going to comment on. Is that, I mean, you have what, 300 and some odd folks that saw open periods, and they're
Yes.
like, no, that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, about 150. I would say out of the 150, we had probably, I would say about 20% of those were looking at open periods. That seemed to be a predominant feature. I did break down all of those pieces into the data for you. It's a little bit clunky. That's where it gets clunky at that point because it's just parent input, and so there's not necessarily a click button that helps us differentiate. But just looking at it, there was a couple of classes that kind of came up. A lot of them were also preference based. It wasn't necessarily, I didn't see many that were identifying it for X reason other than my child would prefer this class. And so I think it did help engage some parents, have some conversations with kids, or some kids find, oh, wait a minute, what did I hit that button for?
Mom and dad are checking.
Mom and dad are checking now. So I think it, again, hopefully the public's feeling good about it as well. We've had some correspondence. Tyler's done a good job as well with individual schools of working with individual parents that have had some struggles. And so as they have identified, we've been trying to work through one by one as well.
I've heard nothing but just positive. They love it.
Yeah.
They love
Yeah.
it. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, excellent, thank you. And thank you to everybody who's not here that did make that possible.
Yes.
Now policy 3010.
Chair Taylor, trustees, before you tonight is just an information item around an upcoming change at the state level around open enrollment. There is some changes that will allow open enrollment to occur more easily throughout districts around the state. And this policy deals with some of our open enrollment, but there are some red line changes that are added into that. I'm going to briefly kind of just describe what those are. And they start around line 11 and go through there. And some of those are capacity limits that we have proposed to look at. And the purpose for that is when open enrollment comes, for us to be able to have a general guideline about what is capacity at certain grade levels, our programs. And because we do not want to overload, we actually want an open enrollment. It'd be great to have that. But we want to just make sure that we don't overload certain classes or certain grade levels. And so there's kind of just a draft of what those might be in certain programs and at certain grade levels of students. You go down around line 28, it just gives a definition around residence, also talks around McKinney-Vento and homelessness, around the federal laws around that. And then it moves into the application approval process, which stays fairly similar. There is a requirement that, and this follows Idaho code, that it needs to be in writing to parents about the approval, or the parents need to, parent or guardian must provide written notice to the district for their intent of the pupil to enroll. So that has to be done as well. And then if you kind of move down a little bit more around line 75, if an application is denied, the decision needs to be written and share that with the applicant or the parents. There is a change there. Line 76 and 77, we will have to adjust. The superintendent is not the final decision maker. There is an appeal that parents can do to the school board, and I think that's a big change. So that will be coming. So I apologize for not having that in there. When we bring this back in July, you will see a red line in there talking around.
Dr. Russell, it's also after the appeal, if they want to, they can appeal to the state board now.
Correct.
As well. So there's two.
Yeah. So we'll
Can
start
I
with
just clarify really quick? We're not talking about dual enrollment, which is what the agenda states. We're talking about open enrollment.
We're talking about open enrollment.
Okay.
Yes.
That's
So
okay.
the agenda, there's actually
There's
it's fine. I just
there's
wanted to
two
make sure
law
because
changes
this
around
wasn't.
open enrollment and dual enrollment, and this, yeah, it is. a little-
It's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to make sure because I felt like I
We'll
was
talk about the
missing
dual
something.
enrollment in July. So
Okay.
open enrollment tonight, this will come back again, and we'll talk about dual enrollment in July as well.
Okay.
So again, reasons for denial, if there are, many of these follow the Idaho code. One would be if a student is expelled, you'd have the ability to deny an open enrollment there. If a student has a documented history around discipline or absenteeism, you could deny. If a district doesn't have space available, capacity limits, going back up to that initial look at those capacity limits programs, that could be a reason. And then the last point is around IEPs and students. So you need to qualify for a special ed program. You just can't open enroll and say, I'd like to have my student in an autism program without going through the IEP process. And essentially that's what that bullet point is stating. And then it just talks about revoking. So if there is an approval that could be taken away, and again, that deals with absenteeism, disciplinary infractions, expulsions, and again, the growth throughout the school, that could be one of the reasons. And I think that covers the majority of some of those changes in that one. So just information for you tonight, and happy to talk about this again in July.
Trustees, are we all in agreement if we have questions on this for Dr. Russell that we can email those questions over to him?
Be great.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Russell. Can we move down to student handbooks?
Oh, please, sorry. Just I wondered on line 17 about the 150 per teacher per day in the grades 9 through 12. Does our block schedule impact that? Like, I know it doesn't address the block schedule.
Yeah, the reason we chose 150 as a kind of a load for 9 through 12 is because class size is difficult depending on schedules. And we just talked through schedules of changing through open periods and what this section may have compared to this section. And some sections are overloaded a little bit higher than other sections. So we try to look at the whole day as a general load and work with some of our administrators to determine this is probably one of the best amounts to look at.
And does that whole day really include both days of their core schedule?
I believe it is.
Sorry.
It's an A
yeah,
and B.
Sorry,
Yes,
I
sorry.
didn't clarify that.
Trustee Simpson,
Yes.
it's late and I'm not.
Thank you. I move that we approve this policy.
It's just
informational.
Just information for Tyler.
I know, Jared.
It's already.
I can tell.
I'm ready.
Okay, that's why I said really cool questions. I can tell. I'm sorry, I can tell. Sorry. Okay, Dr. Russell, if we could move to the handbook.
Yes, Chair Taylor, trustees, again, information before you, and this is just to get ahead so you can look through the handbooks. We would like to have these approved in July so that we can get this information out to our administrators, out to our teachers, and out to our parents about some of the changes. And so we will discuss more of that in July, but wanted you to have a pre-notice and ability to start kind of looking through. And again, I would ask if you have questions as you're digging through those, to please start shooting those, and then we can start kind of responding to those as well. So just want to get them out a little earlier.
Clerk, can I also request that you just do a follow-up to make sure that every board member is aware that if there are questions on these, that we could email these to Dr. Russell?
Yes.
Thank you.
And you will have the additions of whatever new policy.
Yes, we will have additions to whatever things we need. Our trustee, Chair Taylor, Trustee Valle, are you talking about like the new policy 20?
Yes, whatever new policies come into play.
Yeah, so it will depend on the policy. We don't put every policy into the handbook that passes. So if there are certain requests and things, please let us know and we can talk through that.
Okay. Trustees, any other questions, or can we move to the enrollment report? Okay.
Chair Taylor, trustees, just as you see every month, the enrollment report is in front of you.
I need to text my wife.
Do we have any questions on the current enrollment report?
Yeah, and I didn't realize Greenhurst was 100%. Well, 99.3%.
Okay, any other questions other than the shock and awe of Greenhurst? I just want to make sure. Okay, do we have any questions for Mr. Dewey? I feel like he's been on display all night, and I hesitate to make him come back up here if we have no real questions for him unless he is begging to. Okay, Dr.
You don't
Russell?
have questions now because I stayed this whole time.
Okay, okay.
Questions for Mr. Dewey?
Everything's good. No, actually, everything's good. We won't know our numbers, believe it or not, until the middle of July. That's the most frustrating thing at all, the finalization of everything. But we feel pretty comfortable with where we are in ending our year. We did have some overages. We had some under as well. And so looking forward to starting the audit and getting things finalized.
Mr. Dewey, could you clarify when is the audit starting and when do we typically kind of?
The audit starts roughly around September-ish in that range. And so we will
have all that finalized. We have to have it finalized by law within 120 days of our year end. And we usually will meet that and probably come to you guys in October with a presentation of some sort.
Trustees, if there's anything that we want to see on that, can we email Mr. Dewey?
On the audit?
Like anything that specifically that they want to see on the audit, I feel like we could email you and ask you questions
Okay,
about the
yes.
audit, right?
Yes, we can. That'll be our year-end financials.
Yeah.
Yes,
There
when
you go.
Everything gets finalized. Because that's the one thing you'll see on this report. It'll say June report next month. It'll say June's report, but it won't have all of our final numbers until we have all of our accruals and everything in. So
But if we have questions, you want an email.
always available.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Dewey? All right, we are going to go now to G, our superintendent report. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, not a lot in the superintendent's report, considered as much as we covered. I just wanted to say thank you. June is Board Appreciation Month. And as we've mentioned many times, you need raises. There's a lot
I
to
think
do.
only Trustee Valley talks about that all the time.
But appreciate the service, an incredible amount of work and hours, and I don't know how many meetings we've had in the past year. It's getting close to 60 plus, I think. So just an incredible amount of work that you give to the community, to the teachers, and to the children. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Don't worry, I told him we'd pay him a million times more than he earns right now.
There you go.
All right, guys, so trustees, anything that we want to jot down for possible agenda items? If not, and nothing else to add, I will entertain a motion to move us back into
I
executive
really
session.
think we need to look at what am I looking for? Especially when we got Greenhurst at 99.3%.
That's exactly what I was bringing up.
Zones.
Look, I still
Like
have it up.
Boundaries,
Sorry,
boundaries.
boundaries. Thank you.
Yes.
And that is on our
Sorry.
priorities.
Yes.
I do have that at the top.
Board of Trustee, Trustee Taylor, excuse me, I almost called you president there for a second. That'd be good.
Let's stop.
Yeah, let's stop.
My head's already big enough.
Just a clarification on Greenhurst. Greenhurst remembers two programs that are together. So Greenhurst, the elementary, is quite a bit smaller because we have two programs that are in that building that are utilizing that building. So when you look at those.
So the shock and awe was warranted.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
shock at 99% was
Yeah,
warranted.
so that's two different programs. In the NECLIC, that our early childhood development program is in there as well. So you're housing two full-time programs in one building.
Yeah. I agree with Trustee
Thank you.
Simpson. I was going to bring
I
that up.
still
We
agree
need
though.
to-
We need to look at it.
And it is
The
at the top
sooner
of
the
our
better.
priorities.
Yes.
Chair Taylor, trustees, it is something we do need to look at, and in timing, we could share a process that we could go through and just kind of inform the board on that. Of course, with school starting, it'll be interesting to see where the enrollment comes, the next year, and that would tell us a lot. And then I think with you talking about the ESSER cliff, the ADA enrollment cliff, our supplemental levy coming up, all of those will play in because I think redrawn boundaries could be one of the cost-cutting measures that we may need to look and address it. So we could start with a process of looking at, what does a process look like and how does that involve the community? Because this is going to be a huge community involvement issue because it deals with children from K to 12 across the district.
Is that a facilities committee type of a, do they kind of spearhead that or?
It can be. It could be the facilities committee. We could do that. You could pose for the administration to have another committee if you'd like, just to kind of explore that idea. I'm looking at facilities probably makes the most sense since it's already kind of functioning and looking at it, and we've kind of somewhat looked into it, knowing that we have some schools that are growing and other schools that are small.
All right, trustees, any other questions?
So when you say it's on a priority, what does that mean?
It's
What
our
does that mean
board,
for us?
so it's our board priority list.
No, I got that part, but what's the timing?
It's just something that like when it's time to talk about as we bring them up. So what's happened with our list is that I would tell you it's been more circular than lateral. It seems that we have all of these things that we've talked about and it seems like we pull them out at different times throughout this year. So if everybody's saying like now that all of this is resolved, we want to talk about boundaries, I think you've been heard.
I did put it on the attendance schedule for July.
Perfect.
And a revision of the book policy, which we talked about. I know superintendent.
That's there too. And I will now entertain a motion for executive session.
I move we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-206, 1B, B, and D. B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent or public school student. D, to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74, Idaho Code.
And second, motion has been made and seconded. Clerk Lamar?
Chair Taylor?
Aye.
Trustee Kirkman?
Aye.
Trustee Fayette?
Aye.
Trustee Simpson?
Aye.
Okay, so for those of you who are still here, we will now go into executive session. Everything that happens in there is not a matter of public record. It's just
Confidential.
confidential. Thank you. And then when we come out, we will simply adjourn.
I don't.
Oh, sorry, you don't. Possible action may be taken. So we could have possible action and then we will adjourn. Thank you. So you're welcome to stay.
I'll grab it.
All right,
For
ready?
sure.
No, wait.
Oh, no, we need, okay,
And we need everybody.
Okay.
You don't just get to leave.
Sorry.
No, I have a luxury.
I'm ready.
Relax.
It's only 11:10.
I move that we authorize the superintendent to finalize the agreement regarding the personnel matter.
A second. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Meeting is adjourned.